Welcome, everyone, to the 4th Annual Wilson-China Fellowship Conference. This is our second in person after the pandemic. I'm Lucas Myers, a senior associate here at the center, and I've worked alongside Robert Daly, the director of the Kissinger Institute in China, on this fellowship for almost 5 years. I'm immensely proud of the work that we have accomplished since our initial cohort in 2020. Since then, we've overseen almost 72 fellows. Their work has explored, assessed, and improved our understanding of the rise of China and U.S.-China relations. Each of their projects, grounded in academic approaches and methodologies, inform our foreign policy every day. This is precisely in line with the Wilson Center's mission of serving as a fiercely nonpartisan voice, bringing scholarship to the policy conversation. Today, we will hear from our current cohort of China Fellows as they discuss their findings and the policy implications of their work. Each of today's 4 panels will cover 4 broad themes: Chinese nationalism, propaganda, and its influence operations; Chinese policymaking, change versus continuity; a global Chinese economy; and finally, great power competition. After our last panel concludes, we also invite you to join us in our dining room at 4:15 for a reception. Before I hand it over to Robert, I also want to express my thanks to the Carnegie Corporation of New York for their generous support. I also wish to extend a warm welcome to all of our 2023 and 2024 fellows in person, as well as our alumni who continue to support this program. With that, please now welcome Robert Daly for a few brief remarks.
Well, thank you and good morning, everybody. As Lucas said, we're delighted to see you here today. I think last year, our first in-person meeting was probably the single best day at Wilson for me last year, 2 days. And I'm anticipating that this one is going to be the same because of the expertise and the spirit that you bring here. If you haven't been to Wilson before, that you may not know that the Wilson Center is the national memorial to Woodrow Wilson and was founded by Congress as such. It now tends to get lumped in with CSIS and Brookings and Carnegie as a think tank, but that's really not the history of this place. The Congress founded it because Wilson was the only American president to have a PhD and because he was an academic, to be a place that would bring together scholars from the United States and around the world to conduct research, and that would then give them channels or a platform to have their research have an impact on policy. That's what we're for. And for many years in its history, the Wilson Center was very careful not to call itself a think tank, right? Think tanks, which we now are sort of seen as tawdry, right? We want to do higher research. Now we've become an amalgam of sort of several different organizations, but scholarship remains the center of our focus. So this is a perfect place to house the China Fellows Program, which, as Lucas said, is supported by the Carnegie Corporation of New York, but it was actually also conceived by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. If you want to know the way that they operate, they came to us with this idea. We didn't go to them. They saw a very strong need to bring together and foster the work of young American sinologists, and we were honored that they brought this to us here. You have come, we assume, to the Wilson Center as China Fellows because you want your research, your thinking, your experience to have an impact on policymakers and also on public perceptions of China and of the U.S.-China relationship. And we are very eager to help you with this, not only over the course of your fellowships the past year, but going forward as well through an alumni network which is growing. Jessica and I were up in Vancouver. When was it? February? March? It was a big Canadian gathering of China experts, and there were 5 or 6 China Fellow grantees there. So it's a powerful network. They're all over North America. I assume they're all over China insofar as they can get to China. So congratulations on joining it today, and then with the publication of your papers. That's not the end of it. We hope that you will stay in touch and that you will come back for subsequent presentations like today's. And we also want to help you in this work because it is more important than ever that U.S.-China policy be grounded in deep study of China and in objective academic research. This need is urgent because we are making China policy very fast, as all of you have no doubt noted, often with inadequate information and analysis. And we also need your work because there is so much rumor and misinformation now swirling around in the media. Two stark examples. A large proportion of Americans now know that the CCP has a plot to buy up all of America's farmland. Okay, and this is knowledge certain. It's difficult because it's not true and there's no evidence, but that doesn't diminish the certainty. We now have also a great number of people who understand that the large numbers of Chinese economic immigrants trying to cross our southern border are in fact a giant sleeper cell of PLA operatives. Okay, so we need objective research. Those two examples are the most egregious, and in theory, they should be debunked quickly by journalists. But there are far more complex and serious questions that American policymakers cannot address without help from China scholars, without help from you. Questions about the direction of China's economy and its technological development, questions about the beliefs, intentions, the plans of China's government, and questions about the implications of China's geostrategic ambition and growing power, not only for the United States, but for the rest of the world. Policymakers simply do not have the expertise or the time to do the necessary research here. They rely not only on think tanks, but they will rely on all of you. And so the question is, how do you do that? How do you take your work within the academy, using academic methods, very much within an academic culture, and use it to change minds here in Washington? How do you do that? It is, among other things, an act of translation, moving from academic language and methodologies and approaches to something that can be used by policymakers, many of whom are very, very bright, very smart, but they have enormous portfolios and they simply can't do all of the work. But it's not just being a good translator, you also have to have a platform. You've got to get in the room, and that's what we hope we can do through the China Fellows Program. I came to think of it after I came from the University of Maryland to the think tank world, to Wilson Center, as you need to be plausible. You need to plausibility is a big form of currency in Washington. I've been working on China for many, many years and have known a lot about China for a very long time, but I didn't regularly get the calls or start appearing on NBR or C-SPAN until I was director of the Kissinger Institute on China and the United States at the Wilson Center, right? Plausibility, because the journalists want that title after a quote in paragraph 5, right? So it's not just knowing what you know and being able to translate. It's also, you also need to be plausible. Sort of one of the measures in think tanks of your effectiveness is what I think of as called uponedness. You want a high degree of called uponedness to get you in the room. So you have to be called upon, you have to be in the room or on the page. You have to be viewed as credible. And then you also, no matter how wonderful your data set is or how beautifully you write, you need to be able to present your work in a way that is vivid and succinct, which I know isn't always valued in your home institutions. The most famous example of this, and those of you who are also pippers of the National Committee have heard me say this, but I think it is the best example, is General Mattis, then named as Secretary of Defense at the beginning of the Trump administration, when President Trump was saying that he was all for waterboarding and other forms of torture. And Mattis was plausible. He was Mad Dog. He was in the room. And all he said was, I can get more out of this guy with a six-pack and some cigarettes than I can with waterboarding. Trump flipped. That's, in its tightest form, that's sort of the name of the game. That's being vivid, it's being succinct, being credible. Now, you needn't always be that succinct, but Mattis's brevity is worth bearing in mind when you speak with policymakers, because often they'll ask you a question, which is the right question, and the first answer that occurs to you is, well, it's fantastically complex. How much time do you have? And the answer is 30 seconds, at which point I'll stop thinking about it. So you better say something that sticks in my mind. So this act of translation, there are obvious pitfalls for it for people who are trained as you do. Academics worry that translating their work into popular or readily digestible terms can mean dumbing down and may be looked at askance by some of your colleagues. That means that being policy relevant, briefing policymakers, is not only an act of translation, it's also a balancing act between these two very overused term, discourse communities. I don't like it, but they actually are two different discourse communities. For what it's worth, I've come to think I do an awful lot of briefing here. I do it as a non-academic. I don't have a PhD. I'm not a scholar, but I do a lot of briefing, and I've come to think of it as having three related components. So for what it's worth, first there's information, which may be data, but may not be data. Data is not the only form of information. Narrative can be information. There are many forms of information. First, you're providing information that is directly tied to a policy concern. Directly tied to a policy concern. The information. And for example, youth unemployment in China is extremely high. Data point, they might have read it in the paper, but they're hearing it from you in a policy context. Then number two, you give analysis quickly to contextualize or explain the information. The youth unemployment rate is high because of China's success in expanding its university system, which has outstripped its ability to provide well-paying jobs to university graduates. This difficulty has been compounded by the slowing of China's economy and the Chinese government distrust of the private sector, for example. And that's about it. That already feels like a mouthful. So information, analysis, and then lastly, and in my experience most importantly, it's not enough just to provide the information and contextualize it. Ideas. Information, analysis, and ideas. This is what tends to nail it down. You have to present ideas that are based on the information and analysis you've provided. The goal being that the framing idea will stick with the person you're briefing and help them to make sense of subsequent developments in China or in whatever your field may be. This is the piece that, in my experience, makes you highly valued as a briefer. Information, analysis, and then ideas. For example, if we're sticking with youth unemployment and you say that it's high and that it appears for the following reasons, you might say something like, this is an example of the kind of problem that arises in China because China has a rapidly modernizing society under a pre-modern form of government. Going a little bit bigger. That may actually be the piece that they take away, which provides frames for the subsequent flow of information that comes in. Providing framing ideas of this kind can entail a leap beyond your academic disciplines and therefore your comfort zone, because most big ideas in the policy sphere are interdisciplinary and somewhat speculative. You're walking out on a plank a little bit. Some scholars fear doing that because it may make them seem less academic, less respected by their peers, somewhat cheesy. But it can also make you more effective in Washington, as well as in state capitals. And so you need to bring all of that to it. Translation and balancing, very tough, but the Wilson Center, the Kissinger Institute, and the Carnegie Corporation are very happy to help you in making that effort. We're honored to work with you and glad you're here, and look forward to the next one full public day and then a half private day, which we will talk about later. And with that, slightly ahead of schedule, really quite way ahead of schedule, that's good, brevity, right? Why don't we go right into the first panel? And so if I could invite all of you up, we'll have a discussion about your papers. Thank you. Our first panel, which I will moderate, is formally titled Chinese Nationalism, Propaganda, and Overseas Influence. And it's about two very important things. One is, how do we know what people in China are thinking? In this case, people both on the mainland, in mainland China, but also in Taiwan. How do we know what they're thinking? And what does their government want us to think? These are the two topics of this morning's discussion. We are very happy to be joined by, and I'll introduce you in the order in which I'll be asking you to speak. Dr. Naima Green-Riley, who is assistant professor in the Department of Politics in the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton. There she specializes in Chinese foreign policy and focuses on public diplomacy, which I gather she became interested in when she was a foreign service officer in the State Department working in public diplomacy, which is how I began my China career in 1986. So it's
Love it.
nice to see you making the leap to academia. She is also a 2021 Public Intellectuals Program Fellow, the PIP program, at the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations. And she was featured on New America's 2020 list of Black American foreign policy next generation leaders. Naima has been published by Security Studies, the Journal of Experimental Political Science, the Monkey Cage blog at the Washington Post, the National Bureau of Asian Research, The Root, and in her 2022 book, The China Questions. She's also a member, I should mention, and was here at the Wilson Center about a month ago, of something called the China Working Group, a large national group of academics, think tankers, and journalists who are trying to figure out how in this age of rivalry we can continue to strengthen our understanding of China and strengthen academic exchanges and bring new people into the field. So I saw you here not long ago, Naima. It's very good to see you again. Her paper, which she will be discussing, is called Beyond Nationalism, Understanding Chinese Public Attitudes. She will be followed by Lev Nachman, who is assistant professor in the College of Social Science at National Zhengzhi University in Taiwan. He was previously the Ho family postdoctoral research fellow in Taiwan studies at the Harvard Fairbanks Center. He holds his PhD in political science from the University of California, Irvine. Dr. Nachman's research focuses on political participation and social protest in Taiwan, also looks at cross-strait relations and U.S.-Taiwan relations. Very timely to have you with us. We had several programs over the past week in which we also would have been delighted to have you. He is a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council and the National Bureau of Asian Research. His paper is titled Feeling Blue, Are Taiwanese Youth Becoming Less Pro-Independence? Again, very, very timely. And then last, we will hear from Christopher Carruthers, who is Deputy Chair of the East Asia and Pacific Area Studies Program at the U.S. Department of State's Foreign Service Institute. He has written extensively on authoritarian politics in East Asia with a focus on China. Christopher Carruthers is the author of Corruption Control in Authoritarian Regimes, Lessons from East Asia, which was brought out by the Cambridge University Press in 2022. And he has also written articles in academic and policy journals, including Perspectives on Politics, the Journal of Democracy, and Foreign Affairs. He is an associated scholar at the Center for the Study of Contemporary China at the University of Pennsylvania, and a non-resident scholar at the European Center for North Korean Studies at the University of Vienna. He received his PhD from Harvard in 2019, and his paper is titled Understanding the Chinese Government's Growing Use of Anti-American Propaganda. We are not hearing today, she wasn't able to come, but she's very much a part of this program, from Erin Baggett-Carter, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science and International Relations at USC, and is also a Hoover Fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. And her paper, which you will not hear about today, but which you can see when we publish everyone's papers online, is titled CCP Lobbying and Propaganda in the United States. So that is the lineup for this morning, and we'll begin with Dr. Green-Riley.
Thank you so much. It's really lovely to see you here. It's nice to see so many familiar faces in the audience, and hello to those who I haven't met. But I'm here to discuss with you a paper that I entitled Beyond Nationalism. So I think we should start with the obvious. Why did I call it that? I'm most interested in delving into the question of how social psychology affects Chinese public attitudes towards international relations. And in public discourse or in scholarship about the Chinese public and about how the Chinese public thinks about international affairs, the number one thing that you always hear is Chinese nationalism, Chinese nationalism, Chinese nationalism, right? So there's this huge trend of talking about Chinese nationalism and how it affects attitudes towards international relations. I did a quick search of Foreign Affairs, the policy magazine, and I found over 800 references to nationalism when talking about the Chinese public. I think that nationalism is something that is very, very, very high within the Chinese public, and yet there's more, right? And so the purpose of my research is to delve into social psychological traits that might affect attitudes about international affairs, and to think about how those traits are the same or different from or relate to Chinese nationalism. And so in particular, I'm interested in a trait that is called right-wing authoritarianism in the US context, or individual level authoritarianism. When we talk about Chinese authoritarianism, usually we're talking about the style of government in China, but when I talk about authoritarianism, I'm talking about an individual characteristic that you would find psychologically in some individuals. It is characterized by a preference for tradition, political obedience, a collective deference to societal leaders who reinforce conservative values. And it's a concept that was actually developed here in the United States and usually is used to describe individuals in Western audiences or in Western publics. In 1950, a bunch of scholars were wondering how they could look into trends in religious and racial prejudice. And so the American Jewish Committee got together a group of people who started to look into this trend and came up with a concept called right-wing authoritarianism. And so this is a personality characteristic that is characterized by hierarchical, authoritarian, exploitative, parent-child relationships. That's what they originally thought that this trait was caused by. But as they began to look into it, they realized that usually when people have these types of tendencies, they tend to come from socialization, and they tend to reinforce respect for leaders, obedience to authority, intolerance of people who don't conform to certain values or to the in-group's norms. And so these traits have been seen to predict a certain type of political preference, right? So they predict, for example, people who in the UK in 2016 voted for Brexit, or people who in the United States voted for President Trump. And so many people have looked into authoritarianism in the Western context, and yet those of us with an interest in Chinese politics know that you might come across individuals in China who are more traditional, who prefer to follow strong leaders, who can be intolerant of those who do not conform to group norms. And there's a spectrum of this characteristic in China as well. And so some people would say, oh, well, that sounds like a lot of people in other countries. And that's a very simplistic way to look at a trait like this, right? And so my aim is to look more in depth at how this trait varies within the Chinese context, and particularly to think about how it might be related to cultural and political and social norms, specifically within China, which are very different from the United States. So, within Confucian values, there are things like xiao, which is like filial piety or obedience, and concepts like zhong, which is a concept of loyalty. And so how do those concepts relate onto this idea of authoritarianism? Psychologists in the past have looked at authoritarianism in China, so this is not a completely new thing to do. And in fact, they found that when using certain scales, East Asian societies actually rate higher on this trait than do societies in the West on the whole, right? So there was one research paper that was done about 15 years ago, and that research study showed that survey respondents in China, in Taiwan, in Japan scored highest on this trait in a survey of 5 countries, and then survey respondents in the US scored below them. However, there's a problem with directly translating the right-wing authoritarianism scale to the Chinese context. It depends heavily on a Judeo-Christian sort of a baseline, right? So it asks questions about God's laws or traditions that are very much rooted in religion. And we know that in the West, that makes sense, that you would think that somebody who is more beholden to traditions or someone who cares a lot about authority often might be associated with some sort of religious background. In China, that's less so the case. And so I had to think about how this concept might translate to the Chinese context. And in order to do that, I adapted some of the questions on the scale to move away from talking specifically about things that are rooted in Christianity and more towards traditionalism more generally. And so, for example, there is a question on this scale that asks whether or not people agree with the statement that God's laws about abortion, pornography, and marriage must be strictly followed before it's too late, and those who break them must be strongly punished. And so when doing this in a survey context in China, it was changed to traditional moral codes must be strictly followed before it's too late, and those who break them must be strongly punished, right? And so we took away that specific emphasis on what it says in the Bible or what it looks like in Christianity. Few people in the scholarly realm have linked Chinese authoritarianism at the individual level to Chinese public attitudes about international affairs. And that's the main purpose of my research at this point. And so in order to do this study, I did a pilot survey of about 1,000 individuals through a professional survey firm in China and compared scores on individual level authoritarianism to scores on nationalism, questions about nationalism, and tried to see how those scores related to ideas about foreign policy. I found some interesting results. I'm going to go through them quickly, and I'm happy to talk more about this in Q&A. And then I'll say a little about why I think this matters. And so, as you might expect, authoritarianism is a predictor of attitudes towards militism, towards what we call militant internationalism in the Chinese context. And it actually is a stronger predictor of militarism than is nationalism. So if you look at questions that measure nationalism based on surveys that have been done in the past for many years in China, and you compare those to scores on the authoritarianism scale, what you see is that there's a stronger relationship between authoritarianism and that militarism than there is of nationalism. Individuals who exhibit high levels of authoritarianism are less likely to endorse China's cooperation with other countries in the international realm. And that's interesting because that's actually the opposite trend to what you see with people who express high levels of Chinese nationalism. So people who express high levels of Chinese nationalism are more likely to support greater cooperative engagement internationally. People who exhibit high levels of authoritarianism, less likely. Nationalism actually does not predict levels of isolationism, the extent to which people say that China should draw back its international engagement, but authoritarianism does. And actually there is a lower relationship to isolationism. In other words, authoritarians are more likely to say that China should be engaged in the world, to be an active part of world affairs today. And so what are the policy implications of something like this, right? How does this help us? Well, mainly, I think that, first of all, it's important to think about the fact that we're using this meme of nationalism. We're talking often about nationalism, but maybe that's not the best predictor of the things that we're interested in when it comes to how the Chinese public is thinking about international relations. But also, authoritarianism is actually linked to the ways that some Chinese people are thinking about international affairs in more direct ways. And so I also asked questions about whether or not people agreed with certain statements on this survey. One statement that was on the survey was, when jobs are scarce, employers should give priority to people from this country over people from the West. So we're talking about people from the West who might have immigrated or moved to China. And what you see is that there's a positive relationship between being high in authoritarianism and that belief. There's not the same relationship between nationalism and that belief. You also see people saying that it's justifiable to think about not coming to the United States or not doing business deals with Americans if you feel that America has harmed Chinese interests, being associated with this trait of authoritarianism. And so there are implications for ideas about collaboration or exclusion, ideas about the ways that China and the US relate to each other from this psychological trait. And so I hope that this research can serve as a foundation for more research on social psychology and how it's related to attitudes about foreign affairs, and that's why I'm doing it.
Thank you. Naima, two questions, if I could. The first one probably relatively straightforward, and the second virtually impossible to answer.
Oh, great.
But I'll ask anyway. First, in your research, do Chinese scholars themselves see trends within China? Again, they're not likely to call them authoritarian or nationalistic, whatever those are. Do they place those within global trends, as we do here? You know, we look at Italy, we look at France, look at Brexit. There's an awful lot of writing in the United States about a global rise in authoritarianism, a glowing rise in nationalism, isolationism. Are there Chinese thinkers who place China within that, or is it the sense that, no, China is sui generis and that it's always for its own reasons? That's the first question. Then the second one, the act of translation to policymakers here strikes me as particularly difficult in your case. While what you're describing is very important and relevant, I think everyone here, you know, who knows China well knows why. Relating trends that you see in the United States and which are reflected in party politics to trends in China would seem to close doors, many doors on you immediately. I just wonder if you've thought about that at all and any strategies for making sure that you're heard on this. That's the impossible question.
Okay, well, I'll take a stab at it. I like impossibility. I like trying to deal with impossibility. To your first question about how people might be seeing trends like this, you know, actually, I think this answers both questions to some extent. At the end of the day, I think that it is helpful to bring whatever tools we have, whatever psychological, attitudinal tools we have, to bear on the project of trying to understand how people are thinking, right? And so there have been psychologists who have Chinese backgrounds, maybe they're in the West, who have looked into authoritarianism in the past. There have been people who have thought it was a useful concept or who have thought that it was at least worth looking into in the Chinese context. And often I see those types of articles, that type of discourse happening in Western psychological journals, right? So you have people who are saying this is how the field is talking about social psychology. This is how this trend is happening here in China. I don't see as much, I mean, I definitely don't see necessarily references to this concept of authoritarianism within the Chinese literature. But I think it's fair to say that scholars in China would also say that there are groups of people who feel very strongly about Chinese foreign engagement, and also there are groups of people who feel very strongly about the right ways for society to engage with the greater social public and also with their leaders, right? And so if we understand authoritarianism as a representation of that, then you might see conversation about this type of thing. To your question specifically about how to engage with policy on this, if we want to understand how people think, then we've got to look into how people think, right? And then what my job to do is it's to look at trends that help to explain political behavior, that help to explain social trends. And so that's what I'm trying to do. This particular trend relates to certain types of attitudes and certain types of, statements about how the world should be, how countries should be. And so at minimum, I think that the goal is to help people to understand that, to understand what types of people and what types of thinking lead to what types of, attitudes and actions in the world.
I don't think you could have a better answer to that question. Whether it works or not, what I run up against in my work a lot is that, again, those of us who have lived in China and work with China focus on people thinking. Much of Washington only focuses on the CCP acting. And it's very hard to get through that and to focus on the more humanistic side, but it's very important. Thank you. Let's go now to Lev Nachman.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to the Wilson Center for not just allowing a Taiwan scholar into a China program, but to allow a Taiwan project that takes seriously Taiwanese domestic politics, which is something that a lot of us Taiwan scholars desperately want more voices in DC to hear. So the title of my paper is Feeling Blue. And this is delightfully creative because to be blue in Taiwan means to be pro-China, but also to feel blue is to feel this sense of disenfranchisement, which has really defined a lot of how we've talked about youth politics in Taiwan over the last couple of years. So to give a little bit of background, because unfortunately to fully explain the puzzle that I'm trying to understand here requires a little bit of backstory in Taiwan's domestic politics. Ever since the 2014 Sunflower Movement, a movement that was rooted in anti-CCP sentiment, pro-Taiwanese identity, and most importantly, pro-Taiwanese independence, there has been a common wisdom about young people in Taiwan, that they are green-leaning, support the DPP, and all want formal recognition for Taiwanese independence. And that has been how a lot of people assume the young attitudes of Taiwanese people are if you're below the age of 30 or so. But for those of us that have been following Taiwanese politics for the last couple of years, especially in this last national election that just happened in January, the story of youth politics look very different than this common wisdom about young people all being these diehard DPP supporters. Now, to give a second really important set of context, if you followed the Taiwanese election, you'll have noticed that there were 3 presidential candidates this time. Of course, we had candidates from the DPP and the KMT, the 2 parties that most people know about, but there was this rogue third party, and this third party was called the Taiwan People's Party, Taiwan Minzhongdang, and this party was founded by a man named Ko Wen-je. Ko Wen-je was the former mayor of Taipei, and after 2019, he decided to found his own political party. Now, if you ask Ko Wen-je, where does he stand on Taiwan's political spectrum? He would say, I'm above Taiwan's political spectrum, that I do not have a stance on independence or unification. Now, of course, those of us that study Taiwan politics know that you can't not have a stance on independence unification. It's the water we swim in. And so if you look at Ko Wen-je's actual policies and his actual history as a politician, he's blue-leaning. Perhaps one of the biggest controversies that really defined his sort of blue stance is this line that he loved to repeat over and over again, which was "Liang An Yi Jia Qin," 2 sides of the strait, 1 family, which, if you're a green-leaning Taiwanese person, is not something that you would really adhere to. So Ke himself founds this political party, and it's not as blue as the KMT by no means, but they certainly have a lot of blue-leaning tendencies, even if they themselves would not really self-describe as blue. And he decides that he is going to make a stab at the presidency. And what's very interesting for a lot of us who study Taiwanese politics is that a lot of young people seem to really like this guy. Ko Wen-je was the most popular candidate for president for the youngest generation in Taiwan. So this creates a very interesting puzzle. Why would young people, this group of people who we assume to be pro-independence and DPP supporters, suddenly be supporting this guy who is not only not green, but may even skew blue? Now, during Taiwan's presidential election, there were 101 pundits who all gave their twist of trying to explain this change in youth attitude. And as a silly social scientist, I thought to myself, man, someone's really got to try to properly understand this trend that's going on. And so that's what my project tried to do. So since last October, I conducted 20 focus groups with young college students in Taiwan because my inspiration was to try to actually hear from young people about why they feel the way they do about Taiwanese politics, how they see themselves in Taiwan, why the heck they think so many people their age like this Ko Wen-je guy, and what they want for Taiwan's future. And so I discovered sort of 3 very broad key trends. The first and most important that answers sort of the big question to my paper is that young people in Taiwan are not pro-independence, but are emphatically pro-status quo. Over and over again, I heard nothing but support for status quo politics. Now, of course, for those of us who pay a lot of attention to the trends of support for the status quo versus independence, know that this term, status quo, is a really fraught term. Because you could ask a dozen Taiwanese people what they mean by status quo, and you'll get a dozen different answers. But what we know status quo does not mean is a desire for formal de jure independence. And that is often what I heard over and over again in my focus groups. This idea that the status quo is what keeps Taiwan safe and that we do not need formal recognition. Now, of course, there is also the other side of that equation, which is we also do not want unification. The voices in opposition to unification far outweighed the voices in opposition to independence. However, there was far more affirmation that people supported the status quo more than anything. And of course, we talked about these terms. I asked people, like, when you hear status quo, like, what does that mean to you? When you hear independence, what does that mean to you? And there's often this blurred line between what young people mean by independence and status quo, because for a lot of people, it's the same thing. Taiwan is de facto, not de jure, but de facto independent. And that is the status quo for how people define what Taiwan currently exists as. However, when you press them, do you think that there's a need to change how Taiwan currently exists? Young people overwhelmingly say, no, why would we? It's peaceful right now. If we try to change something, this could lead to massive changes. So right away, there seems to be a clear divergence from how we think young people feel, which is that they're these, deep green, we want formal the Republic of Taiwan now. And instead, what I find, at the very least from my focus groups, is that people are far more pragmatic about how they approach what they want for Taiwan's future. And this actually lines up with broader trends. So at my university in Taiwan, we've been doing this survey of how do Taiwanese people feel about the status quo, independence, unification for decades. And we know that if you look at the entirety of civil society, that almost 80% of people want the status quo. So what we see is that the youngest generation is actually right in line with the rest of civil society in Taiwan, that they too do not want radical change. Not necessarily because in their heart of hearts that's exactly what they want, but because they know that in the world that we currently exist in, the status quo allows Taiwan to continue to live peacefully. But that's not really the most satisfying answer to trying to understand why people would not support the DPP and would instead support Ko-Wen-je. So instead, we spent a lot of time in my focus groups talking about these political parties. And there was one focus group in particular that I thought sort of explicitly stated what it was that I was trying to really understand. And their attitude was that the DPP and KMT are treated like religions. But we don't see them that way. This is a quote from a participant. My parents' generation seemed to feel that to be a good political Taiwanese person, you have to identify with one of these two parties. But we don't feel that way. They want us to feel brainwashed like we have to identify with a party like it's a religion. But for us, that is not meaningful. What I found is that a lot of young people do not feel this innate tie to either the DPP or the KMT. For decades, Taiwanese politics has really been defined by identifying with one of these two big parties, and that makes sense. So much of Taiwan's democratization has very much been tied to the DPP and the KMT. The KMT being the former authoritarian party, and the DPP being this grassroots organization that transformed into Taiwan's first major opposition party that then later took power. For a lot of young people, though, they do not experience these two political parties in that same way. Perhaps one of the most common ways we explain why young people don't support the DPP, a lot of the people who participate in my focus groups were between the age of 18 and 20 years old, which meant that when Tsai Ing-wen first came into power 8 years ago, they were as young as 10 years old, which means that they didn't grow up with the DPP being sort of this like ragtag trying to rise up from the grassroots. Instead, they grew up with the DPP being in power. To them, the DPP is the man, and we don't want to always support the man. And so for a lot of young people, they don't have this sort of innate sympathetic view to the DPP. But that's not really what this is about. It really seemed like there's this deeper sense of a rejection of political party identity. We assume that political party identity in Taiwan is a very salient part of what it means to be Taiwanese. Because so much of identifying with the KMT versus identifying with the DPP is very much wound up in how you identify yourself and how you relate to the Republic of China versus Taiwan. But for this youngest generation, what I found is that that's not meaningful to them. Identifying with a political party is not nearly as important as it has been for previous generations. And I believe that this rejection of party identity is going to be potentially very meaningful for how we understand Taiwanese identity in the future. Finally, the last major theme is this idea of what I call livelihood uncertainty. So perhaps the two things we heard about nonstop during the election about why young people are upset is wages in housing, wages in housing, and wages in housing. Perhaps two of the most fraught domestic issues in Taiwan. And this was very much also reflected in my focus groups, especially the issue of housing. Young people in Taiwan refer to themselves as the rent forever generation. They're never going to be able to actually afford a place of their own. And as someone who also lives in Taipei, I can vouch it is in fact very expensive to live there. But for young people who are struggling to find meaningful employment after college, this is really causing them a sense of dread, where they feel like the last 8 years of DPP leadership has not done anything to try to solve this issue for young people. And one issue that one quote that I really enjoyed was someone who said that it's not that we don't care about China. Of course, we do not want China to attack Taiwan, but the next president needs to focus on helping young people. If Taiwan keeps up this way with the same issues with no improvement, then Taiwan is going to be reduced to nothing. And of course, here they're talking about the issue of wages and housing. For them, part of the frustration with not wanting to support the DPP is because the DPP, to them, does not appreciate that if the youngest generation has no livelihood and nothing to really expect in life, then what happens to Taiwan after that? And what I found was this was a far more nuanced understanding of why people were unhappy with the DPP rather than this sort of just dogmatic acceptance of Ko Wen-je as this cult of personality leader. I found that much of the support for Ko Wen-je during the presidential election wasn't really about Ko Wen-je. A lot of young people do support the guy, but a lot of people were mostly protest voting for him. Protest voting the DPP in particular, as opposed to genuinely supporting the TPP. So what this means going forward is my next step is hopefully to do surveys and survey experiments of oversampling young people in Taiwan. Because now that I've identified these 3 themes of what I think best explains this change in young people's attitudes, we now need to have a better understanding that is more representative of young people. Unfortunately, my 100 participants in my focus groups, while very interesting, can't really say much about a general young person in Taiwan. So my hope is to take these themes that I've identified for my focus groups and take it to the next sort of empirical level. But what I do want to say very briefly at the end is what does this mean for policymakers? So first of all, I do think we need to update our priors about what we think when we hear young people in Taiwan. I think this idea that young people in Taiwan being radically pro-DPP supporters and pro-independence does not hold up empirically. Second, we need to appreciate just how pragmatic most of Taiwan is when it comes to wanting the status quo. Even though in DC there are increasing voices who I think like this idea of wanting to support more radical stances in Taiwan for the sake of sticking it to the PRC. But I think it is always important that we remember what Taiwanese people want and what Taiwanese people feel. And as someone who does survey work in Taiwan, we have good data all the time on exactly how Taiwanese people feel. It's not a question. We actually have too much survey data sometimes. We know that people in Taiwan want the status quo, and I think that needs to be remembered very closely here. And finally, when we think about what it means to be Taiwanese, a question that a lot of us constantly ask ourselves, I think it's important to keep this youngest generation in mind, that the meaning of what it means to be Taiwanese is going to change in the future. And I think a large part of that is going to be related to how people relate to political parties. I've probably talked for far more than 5 minutes, which I deeply apologize for, but thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you. A suggestion and a question. The suggestion, if you said your title is very clever, Feeling Blue. But I think that given how vague these ideas are, you should actually call it Fuzzy and Blue, which of course references the famous trio between Cookie Monster, Grover, and Harry the Monster. Their ideas really aren't that clear. So you might want to consider that. And then you didn't mention, this is the American self-interested question, the young people in your groups, given their attitudes, which you've just described so clearly, where do they see the United States fitting into all of this? What do they see as the role of the U.S., or are they not asking that question?
Well, I asked that question because I wanted to know what they thought of the United States. And it really is, of course, it comes down to whether or not the United States would come defend Taiwan in a conflict. That is the number one thing that when you say United States, that's what people's brain goes to. Now, views vary widely, especially because a lot of the discussion of the United States was in part in conversation with talking about the new 1-year military conscription extension and how they felt about having to serve time for a whole year in the military as opposed to the 4-month conscription that was changed just in the last year. There's a range of views that go from, well, America is definitely going to help us, so why do I need to serve for a year in the military? That feels like a waste of time. And then there are views that say that America isn't going to help us, so why do I need to serve in the military? Because we're going to lose the war no matter what. This is not connected to answering the question of this paper, but something that I have that I feel is worth empirically studying better is what I would describe as a patriotism problem when it comes to the youngest generation, because there's an expectation for people who are 18 years old who have to now serve in the military for a full year, who we also know didn't really support the DPP very much in the last election, and it's the DPP are the ones that are changing this conscription law, and there's something that's potentially troublesome about that. Now, that also matches up to a lot of survey work. There's a political scientist in Taiwan named Pan Xinxin who actually does regular surveys asking a general Taiwanese audience about how they feel about the United States and whether or not they think the United States will come and defend Taiwan. And actually, perceptions of the United States being a trustworthy ally have dropped. They've dropped by about 10 points in just the last few years, from 45% to 35%. That's much lower than what a lot of people realize. Now, however, when you look at, do you think that America will support Taiwan in the event of a conflict, the number is very high. And this is a bit of a puzzle. On one hand, a lot of people seem to have relatively negative or not overly supportive opinions of the United States as a trustworthy ally, but there's still this underlying assumption that the United States will come and defend Taiwan in the event of a conflict. And that's something that I think we need to better sparse out and understand.
There's another question that's asked here a lot in Washington, and we had a post-inauguration program that featured Bridge Colby a few weeks ago, but a lot of thinkers are not as focused as much on the conscription and the service issue as Taiwan spending more to become more porcupine-like. I imagine that these young people who are concerned about wages and housing may not favor the kinds of expenditures that American thinkers who are focused on deterrence are prescribing.
Yeah, so there's, first of all, it is worth mentioning that the military budget grew exponentially under Tsai Ing-wen, which is not something that always is appreciated. I think it's often forgotten that the military budget did not really grow under the 8 years of Ma, because from Ma's perspective, why do we need to do that? Because things are going so well with the PRC. And that there have been meaningful changes to not just the military budget, but also to special projects like the Indigenous Submarine Project. And young people see that as it's not as zero sum when it comes to military spending, because young people in our discussions acknowledge the need to be able to defend Taiwan. I think it's for them the frustration that is the only thing that's valued, rather than that's taking away space from talking about other issues that impact younger people.
Okay, thank you. Christopher Carruthers.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's my pleasure to be here. My pleasure to be part of the Wilson Center's China Fellowship. As mentioned, I am the Deputy Chair of the East Asia and Pacific Area Studies Program at the Foreign Service Institute. So I need to preface my remarks by saying that my comments represent my personal scholarly opinion, and nothing I say necessarily reflects the view of the U.S. State Department or U.S. government. Okay, that being said, my research project is entitled Understanding the Chinese Government's Growing Use of Anti-American Propaganda. Since U.S.-China relations really began to deteriorate in around 2018, Chinese media has become increasingly critical of the United States on a wide range of issues. Now, this is nothing new for the Chinese Communist Party, but the current situation does represent an escalation in how frequent and how forceful and really how strident, if you look at the tone, how strident the criticisms of the United States are. So while it's well known that Chinese state media is really portraying the U.S. negatively, we need to look at this escalation, at this new era of intense anti-American messaging that is probably more intense than it's been since at least the early 1990s. So my project, focused on this, asks two questions. First, what are the CCP's key messages to its citizens, to PRC citizens, about America? And second, what do these messages tell us about the role that anti-Americanism plays in the regime's propaganda strategy, their overall strategy for messaging to their people and the world? And so to examine this, I looked at editorials about America in the People's Daily, the CCP's mouthpiece and preeminent general focus daily newspaper over the last 2 decades. So between 2004 and 2023 inclusive, I read the 1,776 editorials that are very short about the United States, that deal with the United States. And I wanted to, understand big picture what's going on with this kind of thinking and messaging, and what's really what's really been the discourse. And what I found, my main finding, is that Chinese state media really promotes three distinct anti-American narratives that run through their coverage of all kinds of events and points in the relationship. And these are probably unsurprising to you, but I'll go through them. The first is, of course, that America is a dangerous hegemon, that America is a powerful state that uses its power to harm other countries and to bully other countries, and in particular, it's trying to put down China, to repress China. Secondly, that at home, America is a society with poor moral and social values. Disappointing, I know. But we have racism, gun violence, inequality. Our political system is a sham democracy that is run by greed. It is corruption. It is a game for the rich. And so this kind of society, this kind of moral place is just not a model for China, and it shouldn't be a model for anyone. And then thirdly, the third narrative that's really been gaining some traction in recent years is that the United States is in decline, that the United States is a power that increasingly is incapable of fixing any problems it has at home and is incapable of bullying other states around the world like it used to. So its hegemony is being threatened, and that kind of makes it more dangerous, right? So you get these three narratives that have been running through, and none of these are new, but what I find is that since around 2018, 2019, all three of these stories have been told much more frequently and forcefully in Chinese state media, and then have trickled down through the whole media ecosystem in China, as editorials from the People's Daily tend to do. My second major finding is that this kind of anti-American messaging serves an important purpose in China that we might not expect, right? So, of course, anti-Americanism can emerge naturally from anger at U.S. actions, and many countries in the world have some level of anti-American sentiment. But authoritarian governments do use it in a strategic way, and the main way that scholarship up to now has said that countries or governments use anti-Americanism is to scare their people that there's a foreign threat, right? America is dangerous, it is trying to harm our country, so you need to rally behind me, your leaders, your country, to be patriotic. And there's definitely a lot of that in China, especially with the first of the three narratives I mentioned about America being a hegemon. But as I read through these editorials and the kind of implicit messages that were being sent to the Chinese people, I realized there's another important kind of argument being laid here, and that is that there's a comparison that needs to be set up between China and the United States, and China's system is better, right? So the comparative framing of anti-American messaging actually means that it's also pro-Chinese government messaging, right? It's not just that the U.S. is doing something bad. It's that because our country is naturally in a competition and the U.S. is kind of like our pacing challenger and the U.S. is that external standard, what's happening in our country is good, right? We handle COVID better. Our foreign policy is more responsible. We're a friend of the international community. Our society is more harmonious. We know how to manage these problems. And while America is on the decline in many ways, well, our country's on the rise. And who do you have to thank for that? The wise leadership of Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party, right? So I found that anti-Americanism is playing this kind of role in how it's being promoted in China. And I think these two kind of main findings, that there are these three narratives and that these three narratives are playing this comparative role, have various implications for a U.S. policy audience. And I'll go through four of them here. I think first is that U.S. policymakers should understand that Chinese state media's growing use of anti-Americanism in recent years doesn't just reflect U.S.-China relations not going so well, which it of course does, but it also is about domestic politics in China, right? That China is facing different kinds of challenges, economic and political, and anti-Americanism helps deal with those challenges. So what does that mean? That means that anti-Americanism is not going anywhere. That even if the U.S. tries to improve relations, there is a political logic underlying anti-American messaging that will keep it coming in the PRC. So we just need to understand that. The second thing that I would say for a policy audience is that this messaging about America is not just staying in China, right? This anti-American messaging is part of China's global media offensive. And so different versions of these stories are being told in countries all around the world, right? In Thailand, in Indonesia, in Mexico, wherever China has official, unofficial, or covert information operations, they are putting out anti-American messaging. And so what I perhaps too boldly propose is that the US should have a national comprehensive strategy to combat anti-Americanism, right? And that we should have training to identify and counter program messages that are trying to harm the United States. And the reason for that is not that the US always does everything right or that people aren't allowed to have their own opinions, but that we need to recognize that this messaging is a feature, not a bug, of PRC propaganda. And so with that, in mind, that's what I propose. A third sort of takeaway for a policy audience is that I would say that it's worth understanding that this propaganda, this messaging, is sophisticated and it is intended to be believed, right? Sometimes, including in academia, people assume, oh, propaganda it's just propaganda, it's just for show, it doesn't really persuade anyone. These dictators say these crazy things, Kim Jong-un can putt a perfect golf game, whatever. That's true. Sometimes it is that. But this messaging that I looked at is really crafted with care. And it takes care to tap into pre-existing negative views of the United States and to amplify them and exaggerate them and distort them. So I think we need to see that, and therefore U.S. policymakers should avoid, when possible, taking actions that unnecessarily play into negative stereotypes about the United States. And then lastly, I would say that U.S. policymakers should see clearly that this kind of messaging from the PRC hurts U.S.-China relations, and U.S. policymakers should communicate that fact to the PRC, right? That this is actually something that itself hinders relations between our countries, because we don't know exactly how persuasive the PRC's messaging is. That's a very hard thing to calculate. But if more Chinese people believe these stories or feel that the U.S. is threatening, is very much a threat, then why would they want their government to compromise, right? This kind of nationalistic way of thinking, or perhaps authoritarian way of thinking, about the United States creates difficulties. The PRC officials, when they make public statements about U.S.-China relations, may say we're not in a competition, and they may vigorously deny that there's a Thucydides trap, that the frictions or tensions between China's rise and the U.S.'s relative decline are not leading to conflict. That's just not happening. But look at the actual messaging their editorials give to their people. The editorials basically give a Thucydides trap logic, right? The U.S. is a wounded tiger in decline, and therefore it's lashing out, right? The U.S. is so scared of China that's why it's treating our country poorly and trying so hard to keep us down. That's very much the Thucydides trap logic. And if that's the messaging, that makes it harder for relations to improve, which is not to say that the U.S. has done nothing wrong, which is not to say we don't need to think about our own messaging. But I just think that's something that needs to be said. So I guess overall, this is not a very optimistic paper about the state of U.S.-China relations, but I think that messaging is important, and thinking about that can help us potentially go to a brighter place in these relations.
Well, Christopher, thank you for your service. Over 1,000 People's Daily editorials. That is a hard slog. Simon Lay said that reading official Chinese papers is like gnawing rhinoceros sausage and eating sawdust by the handful. And you've done, it sounds like a lot of that. Two questions. And one, did you see anything good? Was there any really good, incisive writing that you thought, well, these are good points. This is well done. This ties things together. Did it all seem to come out of the rhinoceros sausage factory, or was there some real thinking? Is one question. And then the other, which you touched on, and as you said, I don't know how you would measure this, but I'd be interested in your instinctive response, is how effective is this stuff? You hear these same themes in the popular blogosphere, Zhang Weiwei and Hu Xijin and Shen Yi at Fudan University. They fill auditoriums doing this stuff too. So it would seem that there's a fair amount of uptake, and I just wonder what your read on that is.
All right, thank you. Yes, both good questions. yeah, maybe when you read too much of this stuff, you lose some objectivity. But actually, I think that over time, the People's Daily has gotten much more readable. And so even within the time frame last 2 decades I look at, it's gotten more readable and more conversational, and the criticisms of the United States, even as they're sharper, are less jargony, right? They're more in touch with reality. And the best propaganda is in touch with reality, right? And so I think that somebody at People's Daily wants to go viral a little bit, and so they'll put in some really tough things, but they're no longer so impossible to read, and they keep them short. So there's that, another kind of positive things is occasionally there'll be something positive about the United States. So about 2 or 3% of editorials have a generally positive view. And I don't just mean we should have good relations. I don't count that as positive. But saying something positive about the U.S. where they say, wow, the U.S. really has a vibrant business community or something. And you go, wow, what is this editorial, right? So those kind of editorials do also exist, right? So it's not all just doom and gloom. So in response to your second question about, what's being believed here, my read on it is very much like you say that some of these narratives, these 3 main narratives, are very much popular wisdom and are reflected in a lot of people's views. But major caveat, I see a lot of resistance on the Chinese internet to this idea that America's in decline, right? So on that one, you get all sorts of pushback and people expressing opinions that don't get censored, where they say, that's just, is America in decline? Is this American company in decline? Is that American company in decline? Guys, we keep predicting America's decline all the time. Even Mao predicted America's decline. I'm just not sure about that. So while the narrative, while there are a lot of critiques of American society, America's not safe, I wouldn't want to go there. America's acting like an international bully. Those 2 things are believed. That America's in decline seems to be less believed from what I can gather. But like you said, it's just very hard to have solid evidence.
Okay, well, thank you. 3 terrific presentations. We're going to go to questions now. And that for those of you who are listening online, you can ask questions via the stream, which will then get texted up to me here. So we hope that the online participants will also join us. We go 1, 2, 3. Jeremy.
Great. Thanks so much. These are all really great.
I'm sorry. Please wait for the microphone. My bad.
Great. Well, I can say these are 3 great presentations. My question is for Lev. I wonder to what extent you've thought about this in comparative terms. So is what you're describing in the change of party identification for Taiwanese citizens, is this something that we've seen in other societies where we've seen an authoritarian to democratic transition, where there was this prior politics of, are you for or against the regime? And as that fades and you move into normal democratic politics, at some level it makes sense to me that there might be a changing of party structures and party systems. And so I wonder if you see this in Mexico or if this is a common trope, or if this is just something that my democratic imaginings suggest might be there.
Thank you for the question. I absolutely have, and my future survey work is actually going to be comparative of Taiwan and South Korea, particularly because what I find to be very interesting is that Taiwan and South Korea, while contested in different ways, their fundamental political questions are, what do we do about the neighbor that claims us? But as democracy has gone on, we've seen this sort of common wisdom in Taiwan and to a degree in South Korea that the youngest generations don't care about these questions as much anymore. So does that mean that they are changing their entire political attitudes, or is this, just what happens when democracy lasts for a long time? So I do think that it is meaningful to do the comparison, because I think that's going to be able to make what we're seeing in Taiwan a much more explanatory case for other sort of questions of comparative politics.
Stanley Kober. As a student, I went to the Soviet Union a couple times. I was impressed by how the Soviet students had lost respect for the Communist Party. A few years later, it was overthrown. I have seen in talking to the Chinese students, they don't talk about the party. They talk about their parents. I don't think this is Confucius. It's because they know the parents didn't have the opportunities, and they are so devoted to their parents, and it's mutual. I used to think, I wrote about this, I thought we could have a good future with them. But I take your point. The relations have gone down. And I have to admit, I am less optimistic when you say changing our policy. The movement now is entirely in the other direction. And the recent Washington Post story about the students, this I regard as very worrisome. I thought we had a good future together. I'm very skeptical of that now.
We'll just take that as a comment.
Yeah, okay, then let's go to the back. And then we'll come up here.
Hello, thank you all so much for terrific presentations. My particular question is, I'm Emily Matson, Georgetown University. So I'm a historian, so my question for Christopher Carruthers is about the role of history. If you saw that at all in these editorials, and how do we balance the need to acknowledge, as you mentioned, the U.S. hasn't always had a great historical track record in China, but how do we both acknowledge that, but also call out the attempts to manipulate history that are definitely present in these editorials, potentially?
Well, we don't have a way to, it is really important to do, but we don't have a way to place, editorials in the People's Daily. So the most that can be done is great historians like yourself to put forward ideas on a dialogue basis from the U.S. or from wherever we can publish. I think that, there's just no openness in the Chinese ecosystem to acknowledge right now, the media ecosystem to acknowledge which country in the world has been the most economically helpful to China's rise. This one, right? The only thing you get from the People's Daily is when they want to be nice to the U.S., they drag out the what are they called? The tiger flyers. Yes, the flying tigers, Back in the day, the U.S. flew these, fighter pilots to support. But really nothing positive. Too positive seems to have happened since then, and it's too bad. Or the WTO rarely gets brought up. It is unfortunate, but that's the nature of a controlled media environment. We can just, maybe just our acknowledgement that America isn't perfect will speak volumes itself, right? Because that will be something that when you show it to a Chinese reader, they'll go, oh, this is a fair-minded person who is fairly weighing the U.S. versus China. Yeah.
Jennifer.
Another one for Chris, just to follow on. Jennifer Turner, I direct the China Environment Forum and do a lot of work on U.S.-China climate cooperation, that it's happening again. Kind of curious, in your slog through all of these China Daily op-eds, was it just slamming the U.S. in turn? Is it ever a topic, or is the climate cooperation benefiting because it's in the shadows?
Oh, yes. So I do see, there's sort of, to simplify, so you get, 70% of the editorials of the last 2 decades have the clear negative thing. And then the last sort of third that aren't like that, they're sort of trying to get more cooperation. And one of the main things they bring up is climate. And then you get, I don't want to say jargon, but you get a very boilerplate kind of standard thing that they often say that climate cannot be addressed without the U.S.-China cooperating because we're the two most important countries. The U.S. did some, extra polluting in the past, but you know what? We're going to work together. I haven't seen that much of a deep dive into it, but it just it doesn't get the blood going, so it doesn't get published in editorials as much.
Because we have a lot of questions. I appreciate these short answers. Let's go right down the middle start in the front. 1, 2, 3. And we could just ask the question and then pass the mic back over your shoulder, and then we have some more over here.
Hi, I'm Renard Sexton from Emory University, from the first cohort of this program. So Lev, quick question for you, maybe pushing you a little bit. It seems to me that what you've uncovered or highlighted is that the existential question for young voters has changed from, democratization to cost of living. It seems a bit of a stretch to me to say that then pushes them towards the blue camp. I guess maybe I'm taking issue with your title, but it seemed like part of your argument was that perhaps there is in the future some future lean towards the blue camp, which I'm not sure necessarily follows. And Naima, just a quick follow-up on your thing. It sounds like, but you didn't quite say, that authoritarian orientation and nationalism are not necessarily correlated. If maybe I misunderstood, but could you just talk a little bit about how distinct these are and why it may be the case that they're actually not related in the Chinese context. So thanks.
So very quickly, yes, the answer to are young people feeling blue, the answer is no, they're not feeling blue. And the reason that's, for me at least a meaningful title is because there is this sort of logic that, well, if they're supporting Ko-Wen-je, then they must be blue-leaning. And so the purpose of, at the very least, making that explicitly clear is to show that it's not that they're supporting the DPP less, therefore they're supporting the KMT more, but rather just they're not supporting the DPP in the same way that we've traditionally understood Taiwanese people to support the DPP.
So they are correlated. All of so when you look at authoritarianism, nationalism, also if you look at social dominance orientation, which is another psych trait that you often see in this social psych literature, all of these are correlated to each other. But when I'm measuring nationalism, you're really looking at like love of country. So there's 3 questions borrowed from the Beijing area study that I use. Even if I could choose any other country in the world, I'd prefer to be a citizen of China. China's a better country than most, and people should support the government even when it's wrong. That's a nationalism. Whereas authoritarianism really is asking about your feelings about how society should act, what's wrong with society, respect for leadership, but it's not so much asking about the country or the government. And so they're different concepts, and sometimes they move in opposite directions. You think about their international relations correlates, so like the support for cooperative internationalism would be an example, but they're correlated numerically.
Hi, Dan Zip from the University of Maryland. I just sort of have this sort of question about so what from these opinions? So the People's Daily is for the party, not for the proles?
That's right.
Right? So does it matter if people are reading it or, and then sort of with college students, does it matter if they're not affecting outcomes? Or, I interviewed a guy in Shanxi who said, why do I care about Taiwan? It has nothing to do with my daily life. And then we see this with nationalism or authoritarianism. What does it matter if the proles feel this certain way? And how does that affect internal party paradoxes or contradictions? And does that lead to actions from the party?
Yeah, having done a PhD, just like everyone on this stage has, we live in fear of the so what, because it's our advisor's favorite
The whole
question.
edifice comes crumbling down.
That's right. Just go, so what? Why do I care? Yeah, that's very, very fair. So on the People's Daily in particular, it's for the party, right? That's true. And the party is only, 92 million people. So what do we care about their opinion, But one, it's the party's opinion and message. And second, it communicates to the party members. And then third, it communicates to other media what they're supposed to say to the proles as well. And so you see articles from People's Daily. It's like a big ecosystem that flows from the People's Daily. So yeah, most Chinese people do not read the People's Daily. But most Americans don't read Reuters either. But Reuters gets copy-pasted and then brought down, and then somebody else looks at it. And then so actually this is where it's all flowing from. But I'm focused on the propaganda strategy to tell us something about how the PRC is feeling and how the CCP is thinking and what they worry the threats against them are. All their writing about America's bad COVID policy. What is that really about, right? So in a way, I'm trying to get insight into that internal monologue. But the question of how much effect it has is a valid one, and it is one that's very empirically difficult to say. But I think it has much more effect than just the readership. Yeah.
Should I answer that?
Hi, good morning.
No, if you have an answer for that, yes.
I'll go really quickly. So if you think about a top-level policy answer, right? So is public opinion pushing some sort of a leadership answer? Probably not. If you think about the individual level decisions that people make in the bilateral or transnational context, maybe so, right? So I think that when you start to predict whether or not people think that people from the West should be considered for positions in China, whether or not people should be traveling to the United States from China, whether or not Chinese people should be doing business with the United States, right? Those have policy implications. They have bilateral implications, and they are predicted by this trait that people usually aren't looking at, right? So if we can better understand the Strait, we can better understand trends in the public, better understand potentially the ways that Chinese people are thinking about engaging with the United States and other countries.
Hi, good morning. This is Mu Yuan from the Chinese Embassy, but I mostly come in my own capacity. First of all, big thank you to Wilson Center for putting together this program. And it's good to see that there are so many people who are interested in what Chinese people are thinking. My question actually can be summarized into one sentence. That is, why sometimes the other side of the story is rarely mentioned here in the United States. For instance, to Christopher, we actually have many social media. If you go to the social media account of the embassy, we have lots of stories about China-U.S. friendship. And our president keeps saying that the two countries can be partners instead of rivals or competitors. But it seems to us that these kind of stories or narratives are rarely mentioned here. And to Naima, I know you have done excellent research on public diplomacy. For Chinese people, as an individual citizen, I feel that we are getting more confident about our own country, about our own system. But quite often we find ourselves getting criticized or isolated in the international opinion, international discourse, very often for no good reason. So that is why we want to speak up louder for ourselves, to explain ourselves, but then we are criticized as being aggressive or assertive. And to Lev, actually the mainland has rolled out many policies, favorable policies, to try to help with the livelihood in Taiwan. And for instance, those business people from Taiwan, we have very favorable policies to them. But such goodwill, again, is rarely mentioned here in the United States. It seems that people in the West are so eager to see some tensions in cross-strait relationship, but actually the 1.4 billion Chinese, they still have kind of feeling about the importance of national reunification, about, just as you said, the people on both sides are of the one big family. So
three questions. Sorry to cut off, but we've got a lot of other questions.
yeah,
We've
any
got a
one
lot.
of you
Let's go.
can answer to my questions.
Sure, yes, thank you for that. And I didn't mean to suggest that China doesn't have any positive messaging. The U.S. does appreciate when China wants to cooperate on things, and the social media accounts you mentioned are great, but they speak to the fact that the PRC uses a dual messaging strategy. It says one thing, in English to the United States, and it says another thing in Chinese to its people. And so I need to show that. But of course, criticizing the U.S. is valid. Criticizing our portrayal of China is very valid as well. Yeah.
I would just say in response, so I'm less interested in making an argument about whether or not China is an assertive country or an aggressive country. I'm interested in finding actually levels of variation in the ways that different people in China are thinking about the United States and also thinking about the international realm, right? And I think that distinction, that level of variation is actually useful, right? To be able to say, these are the things that these people react to in certain ways. These are the things that other people in the same society react to in different ways. And to make that distinction so that then when we're looking at relations with China, we're understanding that, okay, well, there's this trend, it might be rising, it might be falling. We don't know right now because we're not studying it, right? And that's the way that, this is the way we should think about the way that different people in the society should react.
So I actually spent time asking them how Taiwanese young people feel about the idea of Chinese policies towards Taiwan and these goodwill efforts. And unfortunately, a lot of young Taiwanese people don't see them as goodwill efforts, largely because a lot of young Taiwanese people look at places like what's happened in Hong Kong since 2019 as what it means to actually accept these goodwill offers from the PRC. Now, I'm not making it a normative statement about the actual PRC policies, but what young people happen to say or feel is that they aren't really interpreted as goodwill policies for that generation.
Question here on the side, then we'll go to Kristen and back over to this corner generally.
Thank you so much, Jessica Liao, the inaugural China Fellow, and thank you so much for the conference. My question is to Christopher. Maybe a suggestion for the future research is to compare people's daily with all those social media. And Robert just mentioned like Observer, like is so popular among Chinese. Guanchaja, and they popularize all those like propagandas and in such a palatable way, and it's entertaining as well. Maybe to see how the propaganda is being like contextualized in such a popular culture kind of style. And I think that would be like more effective in understanding like how effective the propaganda is.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
So we go to Kristen in the corner, and then there were three. Really appreciate the short questions and the short answers. This is great. We'll stay in that corner and get. Yep.
Okay, hi, my name is Kristen Looney. I work at Georgetown University. I was a Wilson China Fellow last year. And my question is for Naima, and I want to pick up on something that you just brought up in your response to the previous question. So I am wondering about the frequency of the authoritarian personality trait within your survey. How much variation was there among respondents? And then also, did you measure whether or not your respondents were party members or not? Because listening to you, I was thinking about this paper, I think it's by Jiang Junyan at Columbia, about how party members actually held far more progressive views than the general public. And so I'm just wondering if your research confirmed that and whether or not you looked into that question. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I talk about the distribution of nationalism versus authoritarianism, maybe that'll get to this answer. So basically, there is like a right skew. Oh, I'm talking very jargony language right now. Basically, the peak of like the mean distribution of nationalism in China is like higher than average, right? So like there are a lot of nationalists in China when you ask those questions about loving country. There's like a normal distribution of authoritarians in China, meaning that the peak occurs closer to the middle, and I think that that's really interesting. I'll have to do more looking into that second question. I don't have an answer for you right now.
So there were three other questions back in that corner. Let's take all three, boom, 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 nice and quick, and then answers, and we must finish this session by 10:30 to stay on schedule. We've actually gone long, and other panels are going to have 4 people, so you're going to have to be even tighter.
Robert.
Hi, this is Tony Lau. Quick question. The young people that were surveyed in Taiwan, do they consider themselves Chinese or Taiwanese? I think that is a very fundamental question.
Hi, I'm Mark Dallas at Union College. Lev, I was wondering if you could speculate a little bit on what you said there about Taiwanese being pessimistic about the U.S. as an ally, but optimistic as a defender, given that the defense part seems to be central to a lot of what they're thinking. And Chris, I'm wondering if you could comment just a little bit on sort of, you mentioned how a lot of these messages are sent through sort of China's global media offensive, as you said. And I'm wondering just about the sort of the institutions that this is done through. You mentioned sort of covert whatnot, and do they translate these things in a new way to a global audience as opposed to the domestic audience?
Thanks, David Steinberg. I really enjoyed all 3 papers. I have a question for Christopher. I was wondering if you could say a little more about what you think caused this shift around 2018, and how much was this driven by sort of internal changes within China versus what seems to be a shift in U.S. foreign policy towards China? And somewhat relatedly, I guess a conceptual point, like how do we distinguish anti-American tone from anti-American propaganda, since I think propaganda sort of implies that it is not necessarily fact-based, and I guess I sort of see those 2 questions as potentially related anyway. Thanks.
So of the 107 people that participated, so I gave them a very short questionnaire, and I asked identity, of course. 100 identified as Taiwanese only, 7 identified as Taiwanese and Chinese, 0 identified as Chinese only. And that actually is actually largely in line with what surveys in Taiwan say. So we've been asking this question about identity for decades now. I believe, oh my gosh, I'm going to blank on the numbers. 70% of Taiwan's general public identify as Taiwanese only. About 30% or so, or 25% identify as Taiwanese and Chinese. And I believe it's less than 5% identify as Chinese only. So this is a very important number to always keep in mind. The majority of Taiwanese people only identify as Taiwanese only. However, that is not the same as where they put themselves on the independence status quo unification spectrum. That people can identify strongly as Taiwanese, but still recognize that the status quo is still the safest and best option. The issue of why such skepticism towards the United States, this is a really big puzzle. And unfortunately, there's no good empirical answer. because if you ask people in Taiwan, it's largely partisan in the response. So during the election, there was this discourse about American skepticism. 以美论 was kind of all over the place. And it's this idea of rather than, it's portrayed by sort of green-leaning groups as a PRC propaganda effort to dissuade people from wanting to vote for the DPP. And the idea being that rather than critique the DPP itself, or rather than critique democracy itself, it's we shouldn't believe America. We shouldn't believe that America would come rescue us. What I find kind of unsatisfactory about that answer is that we've seen this trend declining long before this last election, which means that this isn't just a newly invented propaganda tool, but rather there's been something that's been going on in Taiwan that needs to be better understood. And I think a lot of people point to Ukraine as sort of the start of this discourse, but again, that feels very unsatisfactory. Which is to say, we need better research on the question, because I think it's an incredibly meaningful one. As you say, that's kind of the everything for a lot of discourses about U.S.-Taiwan and cross-strait conflict.
Thank you for these 3 questions. So the PRC messaging about the U.S. goes out globally in a lot of different ways. I would read Joshua Kurlansyk's book, China's Global Media Offensive, to understand all the different ways, and it'll be the subject, I hope, of my future research. What caused the 2018 shift in PRC messaging? Well, one thing is clearly the deterioration of U.S.-China relations. You can see in the U.S. that U.S. messaging on China got tougher the same year. You can look at tweets, and I've done some research on that by senators. And also, yes, there are domestic things that started to happen in China, economy slowing down, doubts about Xi Jinping's one-man rule, other issues than COVID brought more questions. So I think it's a mix of international and domestic factors. It's hard to pan out. And then lastly, what exactly is propaganda? That's a perfectly good question. I've defined it quite broadly here to not mean necessarily something that's false, but just means something that's being used strategically by a government for a political purpose. And so lots of things the PRC argues in their remitter about are absolutely true. Very valid criticisms of the U.S., similar to the kind you might read in any other paper. But nevertheless, the overall use of this messaging still makes me feel that it's okay to call it propaganda.
So I want to correct myself. We didn't run long. We started early, and we all benefited greatly thereby. Wonderful panel. Thank you very much. We ask everybody to please, get a cup of coffee, but be back in your seats by 10:45 sharp. We want to stay on the clock, so don't start to mosey back at 10:45. Please be here. Thank you.
Thanks. Great moderation.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that.
I'm glad.
Long research project.
Excuse me, if everyone could take your seats, please. We're going to start here in a couple minutes.
That was going to.
Really? So you got communicated?
Kind of lobbied, yes.
Really?
It was really awkward.
Welcome back to everyone in our online audience and our in-person attendees here as well. Welcome to our second panel of the day, entitled Chinese Policymaking, Change versus Continuity. So I want to set the stage a bit for this one. Since his rise to power in 2012-2013, Xi Jinping has consolidated significant levels of control over the party in the state in ways unseen during the reform and opening up period. The party apparatus is much more centralized, and many key policy decisions rest with Xi. These include efforts to weaken the power of the private sector and re-empower state-owned enterprises. Importantly, he has also steadily removed threats to his control and flexed his power over the party and the PLA, purging several rivals. It also coincides with a more confident China, more willing to assert its interests abroad and throw its weight around in disputes with its neighbors. These are important developments, and we need to understand them and how the Chinese Communist Party and the state itself are changing over time. Yet there's also much continuity in the PRC. Many key domestic and foreign policies remain remarkably consistent going a few decades back. Despite crackdowns on key private sector actors, China's economic headwinds and the party's own fundamental interest in maintaining legitimacy and economic growth mean that we're not going back to some sort of Mao-era style state-owned economy. Moreover, China's rise to power under Xi Jinping and its desire to remake much of the international order in its favor are not necessarily unique to Xi Jinping himself, but rather represent longer-term goals of the Communist Party. And so with that set up, we're seeing both change and continuity. And all 4 of our panelists on this panel each research and work on very different aspects of Chinese domestic and foreign policy, but each project is linked by how they're looking at the party and the state making key decisions, how that governance and policies change or remain the same, and what lessons can we learn to better inform U.S. policy towards China. First, we have Aaron Glasserman, an Academy Scholar at the Harvard Academy for International and Area Studies, and he'll be exploring China's changing policy towards ethnic minority groups. Then we have Jason Kelly, a senior lecturer at Cardiff University all the way over in the UK, looking at foreign policy decision-making surrounding the decision to go to war, with his case study being the Sino-Vietnamese War of 1979. Then we have Jessica Tietz, who is a professor at Middlebury College, and she's exploring Xi Jinping's responsive government, or governance reforms and their impact on policymaking. And then finally, we have Jeremy Wallace, a professor at Cornell University, who is examining China's efforts to shift its economic model to break what he calls a carbon triangle of land, finance, and real estate. So let's get started. We'll hand it over to you, Aaron, to explain the ethnic minority policy in China and how it's changed.
Just a small job.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks, Lucas, and it's great to be here. I'll get right to it. So this, the paper that I've written is part of a larger project that I'm working on what I think of as the politics of ethnic policy in China. And this is still something that's relatively early stages, and I actually just got back from China on Saturday. And so I'm already having to rethink a lot of my sort of earlier conclusions and maybe assumptions. And so it's just to flag the fact that there really is no substitute to going there and talking to people and seeing what things are like on the ground. So some context for what's motivating this project. As Lucas had alluded to, one of the kind of, I guess you could say, signature policies of Xi Jinping's new era has been a real crackdown on the expression of minority identity in China and concomitantly a promotion of a unified Chinese national identity. And so it's kind of a turn toward hardline assimilationism, which many have seen as a departure from the more accommodationist, tolerant policies that we saw during the reform era, so basically since the late 70s and 80s. Now, my goal for this particular contribution and part of the project is really to come up with a way of thinking about how China's leaders themselves understand what's going on and the purpose and ends of ethnic policy. Certainly this is something that is much talked about in the United States and has become a very polarizing issue in our discourse and in the U.S.-China relationship. But I think it's really important to try and understand how China's leaders and the people who specialize in this subject in China themselves think about this problem. So I'm going to try and come up with a framework for this. And just sort of briefly describe my methodology for this particular paper. I'm really trying to look at, so I'm a historian, right? And so I'm interested not just in today, but what's happened in the past and what it can reveal. One of the things that I think is often overlooked in the current discussion of ethnic policy in China is the fact that actually this isn't the first time that the party or the state has swung toward assimilationism in China. We've seen previous, what you might think of as cycles or swings toward this in the past, in the 1950s certainly, in the Cultural Revolution, and I think at a local level we could see other ones as well. And so my idea then is really to say, okay, what can these previous swings toward and then away from assimilationism tell us about the causes and trajectory of the current assimilationist swing? And in particular, what I focus on sort of methodologically in this paper is in the 1950s, one such period of swing from a kind of more accommodationist toward a more assimilationist framework, how at different points in that cycle did the party and the people who were in charge of ethnic policy criticize previous policy? In other words, what is the party's kind of internal criticism? Its discourse of how it sees things went too far or they didn't do things properly, and how can that help us explain what's going on? So broadly, that's what I'm working on. In the interest of time, I'm going to front load the takeaways, and then I can get to some of the details if there's any time left over. The biggest conclusion that I want everyone to sort of come away from this presentation with is the fact that China's leaders have a very strong theory of the case, of ethnic relations and of what they call the national question or the national problem. And so I think it's important just to confront that. And this is not just a sort of random or casual set of policies that's being implemented. Based on my research, I would say, and this is actually a point of continuity rather than change, since the 1950s through the present, the people in charge of ethnic policy in China, the party's top theorists for this, have seen themselves as a kind of strategic managers. People who are strategically managing a process of what in Chinese, or to translate it into English, is known as ethnic fusion, 民族融合. Now, basically, the idea is that eventually, maybe in a utopian future, or maybe quite soon, all nationalities, all ethnic groups, their particular characteristics will go away. And this is going to happen because as society equalizes, as people have access to the same opportunities, and also as control of ethnic identity and the expression of that identity is controlled by the party, distinctions between groups will disappear, and we're all going to be speaking the same language, and there will be no more ethnic identities. So ethnic theorists of the national question in China and implementers of this policy see themselves as stewarding this process. Now, it's strategic because, and here they're drawing on a kind of Marxist and Leninist and Stalinist tradition, as well as their own specifically Chinese one. It's a balancing act of how to manage this process. On the one hand, control and unification and national unity, territorial integrity, these are, of course, core interests, understandably, and so you can't kind of concede on that. At the same time, you don't want to be too strict or too harsh in what you do, because that will provoke a counterproductive backlash. And as a result, you may actually find yourself in a strategically worse off situation than before. So from the Chinese sort of theorist point of view, the idea is to manage this process of ethnic fusion by giving a little bit of kind of national expression or ethnic identity expression, but not too much. Now, so they have a strong theory of the case. They take national or ethno-national identity very seriously. It's kind of a stage through which all societies have to progress, and they're interested in managing that process in a way that serves their strategic ends. Now, obviously, we do see changes in policy. It's not just, it hasn't been the same since 1950. What I argue in the paper is that the changes in policy have less to do with a change in the fundamental theory of the case and more to do with the position of ethnic managers, of these theorists, these people who work on ethnic policy within the state system, and the capacity that they are given, that they enjoy to basically execute their mission. And that's where we've seen a major change. In the paper, I get into it, but basically it is a question of the capacity of management rather than the goals of management, which have changed. I think that this is likely to continue, the current assimilationist policies, both because now the state has a strong capacity for management and is quite confident in its ability to basically promote assimilation without incurring too much of a costly backlash. And also to emphasize, there is still affirmative action and similar sort of redistributive policies, I think, are also likely to continue, again, because both policies facilitate integration and assimilation from the state's point of view. So it's likely to continue. In theory, because it's strategic, maybe there's room for U.S. pressure, but I think that that's a tall order. And basically, I think that there aren't too many options for what Washington can do to change this policy. I think in the interest of time, I'll leave it there, but we can get to some of the details later. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aaron. So in the interest of time, I'll hold my many questions till the Q&A session. But Jason, you take it away?
Absolutely, yeah. So good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you all here. Also, in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump right into it. So the title of my paper is Logics of War in the Era of Reform and Opening. And what I'll do in my brief time is I'll just open up with a little bit of context, so the origins of the project, just to give you a sense of what I'm after. I'll touch on two big takeaways that I think are particularly important from my archival research, and then I'll conclude with some policy implications. So I'll try my hand at this translation process that Robert was talking about. We'll see how that goes. So context, where did this project start? It actually began with a genuine question, which is always nice for research projects. It's not a pre-cooked solution. I saw two, what seemed to me like divergent trends in Chinese foreign policy in the early post-Mao period, right? So the first trend is in December of 1978, right? Everybody knows the third plenum of the 11th Central Committee. The party opens up this new path toward a host of economic reforms designed to spur rapid economic growth and modernization in China, right? Central to this strategy is the idea that China needs peace and stability at home and abroad, but also cooperative relations with the neighbors so that China can focus on this development agenda, right? The second trend, however, starts roughly 2 months later in February of 1979 when China launches a brief but very bloody war against its neighbor, Vietnam, to the south. And so the question I had was, well, how do these two things fit together, right? Not just conceptually, but how did the party itself, how did the Chinese Communist Party reconcile these two ostensibly divergent trends into a coherent foreign policy framework in this critical moment of post-Mao China and the emergence of reform and opening? So that's the question that I'm after. For answers, here are my two takeaways, two big takeaways I'll touch on. These are based on lots and lots of time reading archival documents from China, from the United States, and also from the United Kingdom, where I live now. The first one is that the party, this is, again, my focus is on how did the party explain this war and how did it fit with reform and opening. The first takeaway is that the party framed the war itself not as a departure from reform and opening, but rather as a necessary step to achieve it, right? So this wasn't a divergence, this was reinforcing reform and opening. And to understand the logic, there are a couple of key elements that are worth touching on here. First is legitimacy, party legitimacy, right? So in the early post-Mao era, the party leadership is looking for new sources of legitimacy after the setbacks during the Mao era and some disillusionment, quickly focus on the idea of rapid economic growth and improving people's daily lives to shore up support for the party. So legitimacy is centrally important during this period. This is also tied, though, to a consensus among party leaders that stability is also essential. So legitimacy requires rapid economic growth. Rapid economic growth requires stability at home and abroad, right? These things are fundamentally linked in the party's minds, leadership's minds at this point. But there are threats on the horizon, right? Two big threats that threaten the stability and by extension threaten party legitimacy because they threaten stability and growth, right? The first one is the Soviet Union. That's not new. That's been around since the 1960s. This is still seen, Soviet Union is still seen as a primary geopolitical threat, global threat, right? Threat on a global level to China. The second one, though, is new, and that's Vietnam, right? So Chinese leaders are increasingly worried in the late 1970s about what they see as aggressive behavior in Southeast Asia by Vietnam. But even more worrying is that as this perceived aggression is increasing, there's also a tightening relationship between Hanoi and Moscow. Because China's very concerned about Moscow and the Soviet Union, this Vietnamese threat takes on added urgency and concern. It looks like a conjoined threat, right? It looks like the Soviet Union is helping to back some of this aggressive behavior, which is fueling what the party leadership calls regional hegemonism in Southeast Asia, right? So the signs of aggression that they're seeing and the threat from Moscow leads to traditional fears of encirclement, right? From the security standpoint, that makes perfect sense. But also what I think is often missing is that this was a threat to the legitimacy aims of the party itself because it threatened the stability on the borders, which threatened the economic growth, which was seen as essential to the party's legitimacy in the post-Mao era. And so the solution was to launch this brief, limited war. Now, how does war solve this problem? Well, it sends a strong message in brief. I'll get into more detail in the paper, but for here, the key point is that it sends a strong message that these hegemonic aspirations from Moscow and from Hanoi are hollow, right? At the same time, it reinforces the strength of an emerging united front that links China with the United States and Japan and Western Europe, right? So that's the idea behind this war, in a nutshell, was that it's a fight to make the region and China safe for reform and opening. It's not a departure from it. Second big takeaway that I'll touch on is that the United States actually did very little to dissuade Beijing from this logic that I just explained to you, right? It's not that there was no resistance, but that it was tepid. And there are a number of reasons for that, which we could talk about in the Q&A if people are interested. But I think one key element that ran through all of the conversations, remember, there were opportunities for influence because, most famously, Deng Xiaoping visited the United States in early 1979, right, for a very well-publicized tour that included private meetings with President Carter himself, but also senior administration officials. And so there were opportunities to influence, and yet there was very little pushback. There was some, but it was tepid, like I said. And I think one of the main reasons for that is there's a real reluctance on the part of the Carter administration to undermine this new relationship, right? To undercut the momentum that was just taking shape just after normalization on January 1st, 1979, right? And so because of that, they held back a bit. And this may have been, as a result, it's an open question, this may have been a missed opportunity to shape this logic as it was emerging in the reform and opening era, something to consider. But what is clear is that Carter administration officials at the time didn't seem to grasp the connection between the war itself and this legitimacy component to the rationale for the war, right? Which means that essentially they were grappling with this crisis, and it was a crisis, with only a partial understanding of the underlying dynamics, which is obviously quite dangerous. Okay, so for policy implications, the translation part, I have three things that I'll throw out there for policymakers and officials to consider. One that comes from this case study. Number one is that the party legitimacy narrative matters. It's extremely important for understanding party intentions, leadership intentions, but also anxieties and fears, right? I think this is particularly important to underscore this importance, and it needs to be stressed in security and military contexts because I think it's often lost, right? It's overlooked because we're focusing on strategy and doctrine and deployments and all these other things. We're missing this legitimacy narrative. So one of the ways to correct this, I think the United States should spend, and this, in particular the defense community, should build expertise and devote time and resources to building the expertise to understanding the nuances of this evolving legitimacy narrative because it is changing in real time, right, day to day. Second point, the United States and China, this comes out of the case study as well, share a long-standing commitment to the idea that stability is a fundamental prerequisite to economic growth, right? This is not a revolutionary finding, but I do think it's worth identifying and underscoring in bilateral and multilateral statements more frequently and more prominently by the United States. Why? Two reasons. One, it shows that there is important common ground, right, which is easy to overlook these days, right? But second, it draws attention on both sides, in Beijing and in Washington, to why it is that certain behaviors and certain actions are perceived as threatening on both sides, right? Which is important, again, for understanding intentions and reactions and counter-reactions. The last point that I'll touch on is that the United States and China share this rich diplomatic history that I think is a resource that's poorly used, insufficiently used. So one proposal, this may actually, as I think about it, maybe a proposal for Christopher Carruthers now in his role at FSI, so we'll have to talk about this later. But the idea is that there's a problem with accessing this diplomatic history as a resource, right? Policymakers, as Robert said, there's no time to sit down and tuck into a lengthy historical monograph. So there's a demand problem. There's a supply problem too, in that diplomatic history as a subgenre is just not as vibrant as it has been in past years, right? So there's a supply issue as well. So my proposal is that the State Department work with other federal agencies to develop a series of short, concise, but accessible and still nuanced case studies that are rooted in primary documents for the goal of sensitizing today's policymakers to the practices of the past, to how previous policymakers handled crises and the pitfalls that they experienced, right? So it's not something that these case studies wouldn't offer as simple pat answers or solutions to current problems. It's not just a simple lessons learned exercise. It simply exposes readers in a concise, accessible way to what has been done, to broaden horizons, to think about approaches and decisions and possibilities in ways that might not otherwise be considered, right? Again, the point of this is not to provide wouldn't be to provide simple answers, but really to give people this consolidated, concentrated, vicarious experience that I think can be enriching and is extremely important given the high stakes of the relationship today. So I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jason. Jessica?
Okay. First of all, let me say how excited I am to be here. I've already come up with 2 new project ideas based on the first panel. I don't know if this is the goal to create more work for myself, but that's where I've ended up. So for the project that I was looking at, I was sort of revisiting that authoritarian deliberation debate that we talked about. This was sort of near the end of Hu Jintao's administration, where there was a lot of talk about authoritarian resilience. You know, why is China, as you know, a single party hierarchical regime, why don't we see that same kind of rigid governance model that we see in other regimes like that? And so there was lots of discussion about all of these like quasi-democratic institutions that China was adopting that were creating feedback for policymaking so that policymaking wasn't so rigid, it had citizen feedback, it could adapt, all of those mechanisms. And so the sort of summary out of that literature was basically that these quasi-democratic institutions can be used in an authoritarian context to give us authoritarian deliberation. And that gives us better information for policymaking. It also creates sort of procedural legitimacy, that people feel like they have a say in their government. And those are things that we don't normally see in authoritarian regimes, right? So it made China special. So Xi Jinping has been talking about responsive government. He sort of made statements about how China is a better democracy than other democracies, Western democracies, because it's more responsive to its people. And so he's trying to create what I am arguing is sort of a new social contract where he's basing it on responsiveness. So this is a form of performance legitimacy, but it's not that sort of transactional one of like the economy's doing better, so therefore the party is doing a great job. It's much more about you have specific concerns, you tell the government, and the government tries to work on solving your problems. So that's sort of the responsive government social contract that he's creating. And so what I wanted to study is that the same thing? Is it different? Is it effective? How does it work? So that's a huge question, right? Like, how do we actually know that? And so the way that I tried to try to answer that question or see if there are differences is I looked at the public comment period, right? That was one of those quasi-democratic institutions that was adopted in China. And basically, whenever you're going to create a new law, you usually go through at least 2, sometimes maybe 3 drafts where you put the draft language out there, people read it, they comment through these online platforms, and then the government adapts the regulation until they finally pass whatever the final version is, right? So there's citizen feedback. You're supposed to end up with better policies at the end of this process. And so I picked, it just so happened that when I started this project, the charity law was being revised. So the charity law was first passed in 2016, 2017 in China. It went through 3 drafts, and then the final version was passed. This was the first regulation that tried to regulate the nonprofit sector in China. And so they just revised it. It just passed in December, the final version. And so what I tried to study was how are people able to talk about the law? How are they able to give feedback about the law in these 2 different time periods, right? And do we see changes? The responsive government reforms really started in like 2018, so sort of in the middle of these 2 laws. And so that's what I tried to figure out. And so I used content analysis where I looked at what experts were saying. These were civil society organizations and sort of research institutions. So I tried to look at what they were saying, and then I tried to look at how each draft changed after that to see if they were influencing each other, right? And then I also, of course, interviewed experts who were involved in both the 2016 process and the 2023 process to say, was it the same? And so what I found was that having a public comment period by itself doesn't necessarily change what the government wants, but it creates sort of a policy window or a moment at which the government is open to feedback from regular citizens. So in authoritarian regimes, you don't have all of these ways that regular people can interact with policymakers, but during a public comment period, they're actively soliciting people's recommendations. They want to know what the public thinks. So it creates a policy window. And what I saw from from the civil society groups that were participating is they used that window to mobilize, but they used 4 different channels to advocate for what they wanted. So they did use the public comment platform where you submit a statement through the online platform. They did use that. But they also used regular publicity. This was usually through their WeChat platform. And they also used sort of private consultations with the government. This is where the government invites in experts and says, what do you think about this law? But the other thing that they used was they held these conferences. And so either civil society groups would hold these or research institutes, and they would invite in the community, and together they would write a draft report that then they would send to policymakers. The important thing about this process is that everybody would come in either with an opinion or maybe just to learn, but by the end of the process, they had one statement that they issued as a group. So when we're talking about deliberation and sort of coming up with, interest aggregation, I'm a political scientist, right? So of course I care a lot about that. This is the process in play where we see the whole community with diverse interests come together and they write one statement about how this law should look. So these 4 channels, they vary on effectiveness, but also on inclusion. So what I found was that private consultations with the government are the most effective way to advocate for a policy. The second most important way was through these conferences, writing these conference reports. Publicity over like social media and making public comments on the online platform were not as effective. But if you look at those 2 effective channels, right, of private consultation with the government or these conference reports, private consultation with the government is very atomistic, right? They invite one group. So you go and just as your group, you give feedback, right? Or they might invite 3 groups, but they're selecting who is at the table. The conferences are open to the entire community and lots of people participate, and then they're making a joint statement, not the preferences of any one group, but instead for the community. And so what we're seeing then with this responsive government reform is that Xi Jinping's government seems to want as much citizen participation in policymaking as previous regimes, but the way that they go about it is entirely different. They seem to want to create dedicated channels where individuals share their opinion. They don't want points of mobilization where the community mobilizes to then present to the government a narrative. And we see this more broadly also in the last NPC. We saw that the party took letters and petitions away from the state and put it into the party under a party leading small group, right? So this creates direct channels for citizens to talk to the government, not to the rest of the community. So don't share your concerns more broadly and mobilize. Instead, just tell the government what's wrong and it will respond to you. And so what I found then, the implications, there are 3 main implications of this research. One is that, yes, there still is lots of consultation. Those quasi-democratic institutions, they're still functioning, but they're functioning differently. And so you're not getting this comprehensive information about policies. You're getting sort of elite summaries or understandings of policy. So you're not getting comprehensive feedback, but instead just partial feedback. So that might mean that our policies aren't as good. The second thing is that this sort of social contract or this type of legitimacy is very fragile. It's heavily dependent on elites and not the broader society. And so this is where we start to see that policies like the common prosperity policies are a really key part of this new social contract. You have one thing with the elites, which is you can participate in policy making. For regular people, though, they don't necessarily care as much about participating in policy. Their responsiveness, they want the government to solve a problem. And this is where we see the common prosperity suite of policies is becoming a really important part of legitimacy. And then the last implication for this is that the common prosperity policies, as well as this new charity law, you can see they're painting a picture for the government to address problems, big problems like left behind children or income inequality, through certain ways. They're not trying to broadly redefine tax policy, which is one way to fight income inequality. Instead, they're really focusing on this concept of tertiary distribution, which is to get rich people or private companies to voluntarily donate to solve these problems. And so this is going to be an important part then of government policy moving forward, is this continued pressure on elites and private business to help the government solve these problems. So I'll go ahead and stop there.
Thank you, Jessica. And Jeremy.
Great. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks. I've learned a lot. I don't know if I have 2 projects yet, but it's a joy. So this project is this paper is part of a larger project about the political economy of greening China, about climate. So the paper's title is China's Carbon Triangle: Climate Change and the Unwinding of the Land, Finance, Real Estate Development Model. And so I have kind of 4 main points and then 1 takeaway. So the 4 points are a shift, a surprise, the carbon triangle, what I mean by that term, and then a little bit about provinces. So first, the shift. The shift that I'm interested in is the shift away from real estate as a growth model inside of China. China has, the real estate has become a hugely significant portion of the economy, as everyone knows, and the estimates are about 25% of the country's GDP, whether or not you trust the GDP figures or not. 25%, about a quarter of the economy has been caught up in the real estate and other general construction bonanza. And so shifting away from that as a growth model is very significant. Nothing else comes close in terms of scale. And it's been a long time coming. There have been many previous attempts to move away from real estate that have kind of fizzled at various moments, or local governments and central governments have backed away as they've seen the difficulties of moving away from this particular model of growth. The reason why the need to move away is, I think, again, very kind of obvious to the people in this room. The empty buildings surrounding most Chinese cities are kind of the easiest summation of that ghostliness or other kinds of construction, the overbuilding far beyond actual demand for housing. And so in 2020, the government put forward a series of policies at a moment when it thought that it was relatively strong in these legitimacy terms that this panel is particularly interested in, because of its relatively, even though, of course, COVID originates in the mainland, but it actually kind of does a relatively successful job in containing the virus in 2020 after February, March. And so by the fall of that year, they felt like this was a moment that they could actually move forward, and so implemented a series of policies called the 3 Red Lines to restrict access to extending and refinancing debts for developers that are particularly over-leveraged, have too much debt on their books. And I think in general, kind of in broad terms, I think even if the actual, if you read the Financial Times in the past couple of days, they're still well, are there new rescue policies coming forward? I think fundamentally the real estate fever of China has broken, that the idea that this is a always safe investment that always goes up in value is as that kind of confidence has been broken amongst the Chinese people, or at least in large part. So that's the shift. The shift is real and significant. The second is a surprise. So the surprise is in how the government is trying to navigate this kind of transition. What is the idea of growth going forward? And to be clear, the country is not shifting away from growth. I've done prior work that kind of suggested that as the growth engine of the country was necessarily going to have to slow down over time, that there might be an opportunity or an interest in shifting away from growth. And I think there has been some rhetorical shifts in that direction. But in large part, the country continues to announce growth targets every year at the NPC, and they continue to abide in that way. And I think in large part, that's because the political structure of the regime is so tied up with this idea of growth. So to be clear, they're not shifting away from growth for nearly two decades. So the question is, how do you achieve that growth? For nearly 2 decades, Chinese and external observers have called for an increase in Chinese domestic consumption to be the way that China moves forward in growth terms. And in general, this translates in policy terms domestically as about expanding the country's social safety net on these tax terms, as opposed to pushing the rich to donate to the less fortunate. And the idea there, the mechanism is that as doing so might lead savers to spend more if the state is there to catch them if they were to fall economically. And yet, Xi Jinping, for all the caricatures of him as a Marxist, Maoist, kind of true believer, seems quite skeptical of welfarism. Particularly, he's expressed fear for welfarism's threat to the country's work ethic. amid things like kind of lay flatism or involution, these ideas that kind of the people don't work hard enough. Like you could tell a story about him going to in the Cultural Revolution, kind of in the countryside, working hard, and this is what matters, just in his own kind of political makeup, that this matters, and the people, there's also this masculinity politics that I think he pushes as well, and that all point in this direction. I think under the surface, there is also a concern about control, as we talked about, as was talked about earlier with the minority question, the nationality question, that kind of the idea of economic precarity for the population is not totally unattractive to an authoritarian government that is trying to manage and govern. So what are we seeing instead of a shift towards domestic consumption? We're seeing advanced manufacturing take the lead, pushing high-tech semiconductors, but often kind of the big three, the new three, solar, batteries, and electric vehicles, which from a climate perspective, and this fundamentally is this is a paper about a climate angle, this is in some ways great for decarbonization globally as well as domestically. These are the key technologies that are going to allow our economies to continue to produce and to live at high levels of comfort without dumping carbon into the atmosphere. But especially in the international sphere, this is leading to fights about Chinese exports and overcapacity in ways that I think we'll hear about in the next panel, and that you could read about it in the newspaper, or I think if you're just walking around DC, you'll just hear it in the air. And I think for all of their import geopolitically and for climate action, these sectors struggle to make up for the volume of economic activity in the real estate sector, which is just so much bigger. So even though these are very important, and I'm going to spend the next couple of years writing about these, I think that they can't make up for real estate in terms of actually providing a real growth engine. So third, what is this carbon triangle that I'm talking about? So I think, again, this audience is probably quite familiar with the general ideas that kind of land, finance, and real estate in China are kind of deeply interwound in the way that local governments operate. Local governments need revenue. They lease land to developers, right? They have control over land. They lease land to developers who build apartments, often selling them before the actual construction is complete in pre-sales. And people buy them because they don't have a lot of other options that are for their savings, which they need because they don't have the safety net. And they don't have those attractive options. The Chinese stock market, good luck to those of you who participate, and also capital controls, right? That the ability to just send your money abroad is quite restricted. And so that kind of belief that real estate is something that always goes up and that everyone is interested in this kind of like narrative of things always going up led to huge overbuilding with tens of millions of empty units, millions more unfinished completely. This is wasteful not just of land and labor, but actually the physical materials as well. Cement and steel are about 10 to 15% of global emissions, carbon emissions. And China makes about both half of the world's steel and half of the world's cement. And so in kind of some back-of-the-envelope math last year in an essay I wrote, I estimated that reducing construction to a more sustainable level, right? In the end, China is still going to need to build new apartments. Like things do fall down and they depreciate. There's going to have to be some construction. But if construction were reduced to a more sustainable level, that itself might represent about 2% of global emissions, about Japan's total emissions. Data now look like the kind of reduced construction and real estate investment is about half of that, because I think we're seeing more cement and steel into advanced manufacturing facilities and products as opposed to a more consumption-based economy. The last thing I'll say very briefly is about provinces. So my initial plan for this project was to kind of say, okay, well, what's happening in individual cities, and are they going bankrupt, or is it changing emissions? I think I've had to kind of walk back from that. There's so much going on at the national level that I've had to kind of, the individual city narratives are going to have to wait. But at the provincial level, is some interesting evidence about connections between debt levels and emissions, given economic size, that I think suggests that there is a lot more to investigate at this nexus. So takeaways for the broader DC audience that is talking about overcapacity already, I think is that, again, that this hopefully is complicating a climate narrative for China. China is not just the eco-savior producing the clean technologies that are going to save the world from climate change, nor is it the eco-villain that is this kind of like still building coal plants in a world that has moved away from coal. That the real complicated narratives are really are so much, and so much is going on both at the national and local level. And so I'll stop there in interest of questions.
Thank you again to our four panelists. Excellent presentations. So now we'll begin the question and answer portion. So if you're online, just a quick reminder that you may ask via the stream that you're watching right now. And then in person, obviously, wait till the microphone has been handed to you to ask your question. In the middle, sir.
Thank you. Edward F. Stanford University. I have a question on Chinese-Russian relations. Here inside the Beltway, we're hit every day by the media and even the U.S. government with no limits. I was in Shanghai last week. What I heard was, we don't want to get too close to the Russians. We don't trust the Russians. We don't even like the Russians. To the extent that we are moving closer to Russia, it's because of your sanctions regime forcing things in that direction. Comments?
I suppose Jason's project is probably, continuity.
From the 70s, yeah. I mean, that's anecdotally, that's my sense as well, that it's I don't want to say it's a marriage of convenience, but it's not inconsistent with the ebb and flow of China's relations with the U.S. over time and with the Soviet Union and now Russia today, right? So I've always been, since 2022, skeptical of making too much out of that. But the fact that it is contingent on U.S.-China relations too means there's an unpredictable element to it, right? So whether or not folks in Shanghai really believe there are no limits may not be the most important consideration. There may be sufficient geopolitical rationales for a higher limit to the relationship that can prove just as problematic for U.S. foreign policy.
I would also, just on that point, I posted about this earlier today, so I feel like I need to say. So the China, so the no limits idea, but then you look at the power, what is it, Power of Siberia 2 kind of pipeline, and the continued negotiations and the way that Beijing is not willing to kind of just accept whatever Russia wants to sell. And so I think no limits Chinese style is the way that I would phrase it. I think there is something like the idea that yes, there is a relationship, yes, there are geopolitical pressures in this direction, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to extract what they can from this relationship.
There will be two presentations on China-Russia relations in the final panel.
In the back there, Diana.
Hi, Diana Fu, University of Toronto, and I was a former. I think I was a second class of Wilson Scholars, and I actually. Yeah, and I actually had the privilege of seeing all of your proposals for this cohort because I, along with Isaac up there, we served on the selection committee this year. So it's really great to see how it came to fruition. So I have kind of an unfair question because it's something that I've been thinking about a lot as a comparativist, and I realize not everyone is a comparativist, but I'm just really curious about, for all of you, like, what do you think is distinctive about China's approaches? So I think the normal answer for that is China is always just distinctive because of its scale and because of its state capacity. But there's a lot of things that are kind of similar to the ways that other regimes, and not just authoritarian regimes, but also democratic regimes operate. So for Aaron, I was thinking about what is distinctive about China's assimilationist policies, because, I'm I've been teaching in Canada for a while, and we've talked a lot about residential schools and the assimilationist policies of the Canadian government towards Indigenous people. So I think there's a lot of similarities there, and certainly Chinese propaganda has jumped on that. And then for Jason, this is more far afield for me, but, sort of what are the similarities and differences in the way that governments, policymakers respond to crisis in general? Is it just there's some commonalities in terms of responding with a sense of panic and driven by a sense of panic and hubris and groupthink? What's different about the Chinese way of responding to crisis? And for Jessica, and thinking about elites participating or feeding into policy making. I mean, I think of China policy here, and who did they invite? People like us with PhDs. So I think about what's distinctive about Chinese policymaking, obviously, aside from the fact that there's no input, or there's very seldom input from the bottom, apart from because there's no social movements that are allowed. And this is the one way in which, we non-elites can participate in politics here, but that's really what comes to mind. And I wonder if there's more to that. And then for Jeremy, I mean, I don't know too much about environmental policy, but just in terms of, China's approach to greening, you said it wasn't too bad, it wasn't too good. So how does it compare to other regimes? Thanks.
Thank you for your questions. So going down the line, I'm going to ask you, in the interest of the policy theme of the Wilson China Fellowship, keep your answers brief, like a tweet. So, maybe a thread, like a couple.
Okay. Thank you. It's a great question. I would say first, timing is different. Right? So the fact that China is pursuing these assimilationist policies so aggressively in the 21st century means that it has access to technology and state capacity that simply was not available to earlier generations. I'm not here to judge ethically, but it does qualitatively make a huge difference. Second, as I just said, capacity, I think, does matter. And China now, especially under Xi Jinping, sees ethnic policy as a domain of governance and therefore is going to bring its full self to bear. Now, the one place where maybe there is more sort of qualitative distinction is in the internal dynamics of authoritarianism. And here, just to say that in the 1950s, one of the recurring problems was that, low-level officials are constantly competing to perform their loyalty and political virtue to their superiors because they're afraid of getting in trouble. This is particularly the case in periods, political movements like the anti-rightist campaign. And so that, I think, is a kind of accelerant for particularly egregious policies that then subsequently the state itself will criticize as having gone too far. So, for example, forcing Muslims to raise pigs during collectivization. That's something that then subsequently, people in the party don't criticize the general trend toward promoting assimilation. They do criticize these sort of what they view as needlessly and kind of crudely counterproductive policies. So, just one point there.
Okay. Great question. Thank you for the question. So what is distinctive about China's response to conflict or crises? The one thing I would say is I am a historian, so I would always talk about how, these things change over time and context is particularly important. But one thing that I'll share that's interesting from the documents that I read about the 1970s in this case study is that it's almost shocking how cavalier Deng Xiaoping and senior Chinese officials were about the prospect of a world war. And the expectation inherited from the late Mao days, was that a world war would erupt probably sometime by the end of the century. And the way that the decision-making worked and a lot of the internal deliberations at the time suggest that many officials seem to actually believe this. And one of the things I find so interesting about this, it's shocking to me reading it today, but then you think about what Deng had lived through, right? And the Civil War and liberation and the Cold War and the conflict with the Soviet Union in 1969. This was a part of international politics for him in a way that it's not for us today, which is an important thing, I think, to remember. It opens up all kinds of questions about the current leadership that hasn't gone through those same experiences and what their reactions to crises. I'm sure it's different. We can debate how in another tweet thread.
So I think when you take China in this class of comparative authoritarianism, I think that there are two big differences. One is that they are using these quasi-democratic institutions inside of authoritarian regimes, but one big difference in China is local authority. And so a lot of other authoritarian regimes are very centralized, and China in the past at least has had a lot more variation because of local power. That's starting to go away in a lot of key policy areas. So I guess in the future, China could actually resemble more of these other authoritarian regimes. And the other key difference is that China is really responsive to citizens. So you have to either be an expert or you have to have numbers, right? But with the domestic violence law that passed, people responded through public comment at really, really high levels. And the administration said this is a really important issue, because of all the scandals that people had seen about the women being attacked in restaurants and things like that. So people really care about this and they have strong preferences. And the frequency of comment did cause the government to respond to people. And I don't think that we see that in a lot of other authoritarian regimes, that kind of responsiveness.
So thanks for the question. I think the first thing I'll say is what is not distinctive. I think sometimes in the climate world, there is a call for like, well, if only democracies could be like China and just do whatever they need to solve the climate problem, they don't have to worry about politics. China has politics too, as everyone in this room knows, but I think it's important to just reiterate, because the idea that Xi Jinping gets to do whatever he wants to do, and if he cares about climate, the climate problem will be solved. There are lots of complicated politics inside of authoritarian states, including China's. And so that's a not distinctive. And then what is distinctive is what you suggested, Dan. I think in the environmental space, it's really important, is the scale, especially, as well as state capacity. That if you think of the scale of Chinese subsidies for various production, that's just, it matters in a way that it doesn't matter if Brazil subsidizes its firms, because those firms are just not going to be globally significant on the scale that the Chinese firms will be. And in particular, secondly, the scale, not just for what government action is, but what domestic competition for firms inside of the Chinese market is so large. If you're fighting to win the domestic market, you might accidentally make enough, kind of like build enough facilities in order to produce fully global demand in a way that is just different than you see in other places. And so I think there's a lot that is not distinctive, and that's important to think about and remember, but there is something distinctive, especially on the scale.
Suzanne?
I'm Suzanne Scoggins. I'm from Clark University, and I was a fellow last year. My question is for Aaron. I was really interested in your research, and I was wondering, at the risk of talking about model minorities, what are the model minority groups that they're holding up in the documents that you've seen?
Thank you. That's an interesting question. I mean, so yeah, I mean that phrase doesn't. Not that you were suggesting that it exists in Chinese, but it's not used in the documents that I've been looking at. I think, and also this is a point where there has been actually probably a major shift. Whereas today everything has to be framed in terms of unity and 中华民族, the unified Chinese nation, which encompasses all 55 minorities plus the Han majority. Which is often kind of de facto still a Han majority, or kind of Han 2.0 or something. But so in some ways the concept is no longer even relevant because there's no space for that. In terms of what is a particular, well, maybe in the interest of time I'll leave it there. But I think it's a very interesting question.
Jack?
Thanks so much. Jack Zhang is a 2122 Wilson Fellow. Delighted to be here. A short but big question for Jeremy. So what is the state of debate about the real estate taxation, right? Property taxation? Because it seems like it would solve quite a few of the different problems that you were addressing, but I know it's very contentious. And then a smaller question, building on Diana's point for Jessica, which is, so I understand that in the comments process, you're commenting as an individual citizen. I've studied the Section 301 sort of comments process in the U.S. You file as individual people, but there's a big coordinated campaign of interest groups, right, that have a stance on that. So what's the degree of mobilization, especially for permitted civil society groups like business groups, in the case that you're studying to influence policy in this way? Thank you.
Property taxes are another example that I'd like to use for just evidence that just because Xi Jinping wants something doesn't mean that it happens, right? So we've talked, it's been talked for over a decade of kind of a push towards property taxation. We've had different localities kind of like pushing at experimental property taxes, and yet we have not seen the nationalists, kind of a national rollout of the policy. And I think that's because it's very difficult, right? It's because this is where the vast majority of household wealth is in the country. In order to create a property taxation, you need to kind of identify who owns various things, and the idea of exposure of corruption or concerns along those lines. So for me, I think that property taxation is something that, again, one imagines is going to happen down the line, but I think the political reality is that it's very difficult to implement. Maybe now that the fever is broken, maybe there will be a possibility of pushing it forward in the next few years, but I think in moments where kind of people are not feeling particularly flush, particularly kind of well off, that is not the moment to say, and now you're going to start paying taxes in a way that you haven't before. So I think it's a good reminder to a Washington conversation that kind of assumes that Beijing gets to do whatever it wants to do, that there is real pushback from below.
For the mobilization question, all organizations are using all 4 channels, so they don't just rely on one channel. But what it seems to be is that the bigger, well-resourced organizations with government connections are the ones that are invited in for the consultations, and that, hands down, is the most effective channel. So people are basically handing draft legislation over to the people writing the legislation. They're taking it and using it to write the legislation, and so they know it's directly influencing it. All the other groups, though, don't have that sort of channel open to them, and so they tend to try to use the other channels a lot more. And particularly what they found effective is doing these conferences where then they can put all their voices together into one document. But it takes compromise, right? So you're writing one report, and that's the deliberative part where they're all trying to figure out, as civil society organizations or nonprofits, what do we want in this legislation? And I think that's a really, really important process, because it's like when we go to conferences and we all walk in with our disparate little tiny viewpoints from some expert area we study. Hopefully, if we do a good job at the conference, we walk out with some sort of more unified, holistic approach. And that's the channel then that I think would give us better policies.
Isaac. Just a moment.
I have a sort of multi-part question for Jason, so feel free to take whichever part as you will. But in the spirit of translation for this sort of questions circulating in D.C., it won't be lost on you or anyone else here that that's the last major use of force by the People's Liberation Army that you're talking about. And so what does it tell us about the conditions under which the party would elect to use force? What was it about this that led them to be, I think you said, cavalier about the prospect that it might escalate, but obviously the expectation in that campaign was that it would be a short, sharp war, a local war, as they would call it in PLA doctrine. So what exactly were those conditions? And then the last piece of this multi-part question is, and kind of in the vein that Diana has opened in asking comparative questions, is the fact that it's Vietnam really important? I'll note, paying attention to the maritime domain, that it's actually the last 3 times China's had a major use of lethal force. It's been with Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And it seems the U.S. has been, your word, tepid each time. Is there something significant to that particular case that made their decision-making different? So feel free to take any part of that you want, but super interesting research.
Great questions. Maybe we can continue the conversation afterwards. On the last point, is there something special about Vietnam? I think that there is. I mean, one of the themes that comes through again and again in the Chinese documents is this sense of frustration at all of the aid that China provided to Vietnam, only to see Vietnam turn on China. And there's obviously, as you know, a long-standing I don't want to say hostility, but there's long-standing tension there that certainly spilled into the decision-making in 1979, and Chinese officials were public and private about sharing that. On the U.S. side, too, I think is important that it's Vietnam because there was a real reluctance, I think, because of the Vietnam syndrome, right? It made it a particularly thorny and sensitive issue. And so the idea that the Carter administration would step in and push back against Beijing for attacking Vietnam, it just added a new layer of complexity and nuance. And it was something that I think the Carter administration it was the last thing on their mind, was to try to get involved in some sort of a protracted conflict or tension involving Vietnam itself. So I think it was easier just to move on and hope that it did turn out to be as limited as it was, which it did. You know, one of the things that I find interesting about this particular case study is tens of thousands of casualties. All things considered, it actually worked out relatively well for U.S. foreign policy in the sense that it didn't escalate. It didn't turn into this long, drawn-out crisis. And I think that's important because if it had, I think it would be a very popular case study about the failures of the Carter administration and how they made these critical mistakes. But it didn't, right? It didn't turn out that way. And so I think the lessons, which are still valuable, are easily overlooked as a result of that. On the first 2 points, I'll because I'm getting the side eye here from Lucas. I'll stick with that last one. We'll talk about it later. Thank you. Good questions.
So unfortunately, we are at the end of this session's time, and actually for the morning itself.
I used to be a kindergarten teacher, so I like controlling the room, so I stood up. My name is Jennifer Turner, and I direct the China Environment Forum here at the Wilson Center, and I've been really excited over these years, pre-COVID and then COVID, and now wherever we are, in being involved in judging some of the applications and all this fun stuff. So welcome to the 2 o'clock panel, and about global, I forgot, what did we even call our panel? It's about global China. Yeah. Global China. It was that simple. So we're actually, to kind of riff off Robert Daly's opening this morning, the panic-inducing China is bad rhetoric that we have here in DC really lacks nuance, and you all know this. And this morning, we got some great stories. I applaud the morning panelists who gave us some interesting stories to give us some of the detail. Well, this panel, they are chock full of stories and lots of data and deep research, and they've been delving into some of the complex debates on how China is shaping global capitalism, resource politics, and development in the global south. So we're going to have not at all a hot topic. You ready for it? It's going to be so boring. Critical minerals. Just think, 5 years ago, we didn't even know what a critical mineral. You might think it's a supplement I needed to take, right? So now we all know what critical minerals are. We also before never knew what supply chains were and export controls. Now we know all about that, or we think we know about it. And then we're also about, so someone's going to talk about export controls and critical minerals, Belt and Road investments in Asia, and debt swap diplomacy in Argentina. So let me introduce my panel. But I want you guys in the audience, both here and online, that you're going to be thinking up some very clever and difficult questions, and you get extra points if there are puns in them. All right, we're going to start off today with, so Mark Dallas, he's an associate professor in the departments, plural, political science, Asian studies, science, technology, and society at Union College, New York. So when I didn't understand that you had three departments until I read your paper. I'm like, oh yeah, straddling 3 departments. Hopefully don't get to do on committees to do job searches for all 3. Yeah, there's that. So his project was called The Return of Geopolitics, Emerging Technologies, Export Controls, and U.S.-China Relations. Again, hot topic number 1. All of our topics are hot today. And then number 2 will be Dr. Jessica DiCarlo. She is an assistant professor of geography at the University of Utah. And she's got a fun title, Can the Race for Decarbonization Be Green? China's Responsible Mining Initiatives and the Role of Non-State and Subnational Actors. So you guys are more excited about critical minerals. I'm more excited about the non-state and subnational actors. You'll learn more why later. All right. Number 3, we've got Amar Malik, who's a senior research scientist at Aid Data, a research lab at William & Mary's Global Research Institute, and you lead the China Finance Program. Good for you. Hopefully you have a big team to help you with this. He gets the award for having the one real punny title, Crossroads of Regret, Unveiling Asia's Belt and Road Dilemma. I won't give anything away. No, I won't give it. I was going to, but I'm not giving anything away. But you do get the pun award. And then batting cleanup, we have David Steinberg, is an associate professor of international political economy. He's our money and finance guy on the panel today. And actually, do you know, I really felt, I had to think about it. Your title has a really 1990s vibe. You ready for it? Do currency swaps help China win friends and influence people? Evidence from Argentina. So that's all I got for you. So we're gonna start out, and you can speak from your seat. Again, you guys ready? I need responses, so there's a sign of enthusiasm and not post-lunch drowsiness. All right, Mark, it's all yours.
Thank you for that very upbeat introduction. My paper's not nearly as exciting.
Should I have been depressing?
Yeah, I know.
Export controls.
Right. So anyways, my paper, as she said, is about the expansive use of export controls to prevent American technologies from being used in Chinese militarization. And I think there's three problems, conceptual or contextual ones. One is that sort of never before have countries and firms and people and knowledge been so interdependent and yet perceive each other as national security threats, so the deep levels of interdependence. A second one is that commercial and military technologies are merging and blurring together. So when I say semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, high-performance computing, you don't jump out of your chair and say, oh, military technologies, of course, because they're commercial technologies. Whereas when I say enriched uranium, I think everyone in the room right now is thinking of nuclear weapons. So there's a real blurring of dual-use technologies like never before. And third, the strategy seems to be returning, I would argue, to a more Cold War era in which the objective of the U.S. government is not just to sort of degrade Chinese military, but I think to impair the Chinese economy in some way. And so a critical question is really how to balance this deep, deep interdependence with security issues. And I think the current administration's answer is just about right, which is to build high walls around small gardens, so a minimalist approach. The problem is that in reality is that policies have become ever more expansive. So of all the Chinese companies on the entity list, about 80% of them have been placed on there since 2018. The October 2022 and 2023 controls are unprecedented, sort of countrywide on basically very important commercial technologies. Greater use of extraterritorial controls by the United States, as well as increased unilateralism, although there is some minilateralism going on in recent years as well. And I think the driver here is what I just said, the deep interdependence and the merging of commercial and military technologies. So now the approach to export controls, I think, have largely remained the same. And I focus on sort of a core concept that, you know, in order to impose export controls, especially unilaterally, you need high choke point strength. In other words, very high levels of U.S. firms' market share. Then they can be effective export controls, especially. But that encourages greater unilateralism by the United States. It encourages greater use of extraterritorial controls. It reduces the chances of like what's called a black knight country coming in to help the target country. And I think maybe a bit more controversially, it reduces the chances that it would hurt and undermine American innovation, which are all concerns of the Commerce Department. But the problem with this framework is that there's very little variation there. It's either high or low in terms of choke point strength. And I think it's a bit too simple given the major changes in industrial organization that have happened in the past few decades. My paper's really about industrial organizational changes. And I look at two in particular in the literature, sort of business organization literature. One is the inter-firm linkages between firms. So the U.S. supplier, let's say, and the Chinese buyer. There's variation in the nature of those linkages, that's one. And the other one is the location of U.S. and Chinese firms within a broader innovation ecosystem. And the thing that unites them is that in the most advanced technologies today, innovation happens through collaboration, deep partnerships between companies that are even direct competitors. Cutthroat direct competitors are collaborating openly. There's open innovation systems. At least in the digital world, there's a huge public good resource of open source software that is part of that ecosystem. So it's a very different way, a different form of industrial organization in some of these industries. Now, my empirical strategy is really to take a look at products and industries in which the U.S. has very high market share, so the high choke point strength, 80, 90% market share, to see how do export controls is there variation based on these sort of industrial organizational aspects? So for instance, what's called modular linkages, so that's when the buyer and the supplier have standardize the interface between them. Even though they're very complicated products, they standardize the interface, meaning that there's fewer what's called co-specialized assets. So they're not investing in each other nearly as much, a bit more arm's length, let's say. The engineering teams don't have to interact nearly as much. It's more of a modular approach, as opposed to another one that's called relational, which is the opposite, which is essentially lots of co-specialization, sunk costs where you're investing in the other firm, not necessarily capital investments, but investing engineering hours or whatnot, that could be in hardware and manufacturing equipment and whatnot. And so what I find is that both the U.S. firms' reactions to export controls as well as the Chinese actually are quite different. In modular, there aren't the substantial sudden reactions that happen when you look at sort of financial statements, but also sort of innovation and whatnot, as opposed to sort of more relational ties. Now, the second one on ecosystems, what I find with other researchers, actually this is part of other research project, is that there's choke points everywhere in a lot of these industries, extremely high levels of one or two firms dominating the global market share, but not just U.S. firms. Lots of firms from lots of different countries. So the U.S. doesn't have a monopoly on that. But more importantly, ecosystems are important because the Chinese firms within an ecosystem, they can innovate in alternate. There's a lot of flexibility to innovate and change. And so the policy takeaways essentially are that industrial organization has changed dramatically, and that there may be important implications for export controls, especially for these most advanced industries. I'm not saying this is true of all industries. I think that the idea is that it's not so much about denying Chinese companies certain products, but it's denying them access to participation in this joint value creation. So it's a kind of a shift in focus in that regard. And I also believe that there seems to be an indication in policy circles that these export controls would sort of block Chinese innovation. I don't think that's at all the case. It makes it feel as if technological innovation is unilinear, and you put a block in there that either delays or stops Chinese innovation. But given the nature of these flexible ecosystems, there are many ways in which you can innovate that Chinese firms can, and I would say will and are innovating sort of around it. And finally, this is a bit odd, but I think, the ideas of industrial organization, I don't think are well represented in Washington. There's a lot of very skilled engineers. There's a lot of technical talent, of course, policy talent and legal talent, less so in the realm of industrial organization and understanding the implications of that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, just to say that maybe you could talk about it when we do the Q&A, because like when I read his draft paper, there was a chart that showed all the interactions around your smartphone. All the spider web of who makes what, and I actually couldn't read it.
Few people can.
Okay, so I was like, so it's like, all right. So pass the baton over to you.
Thank you so much. I want to express my gratitude to the Wilson Center and everyone here in the audience who I know and I'm lucky to get to know. And also this project has allowed me to work with a research assistant and a group of other researchers. So this is in many ways a collaborative effort. So my research examines China's role in responsible mining efforts within critical mineral supply chains and that landscape. I really try to focus on the role of non-state actors and subnational actors and how they're trying to address socio-environmental challenges within the context of this rush for critical minerals. A little background, I came to this from looking at kind of global China and infrastructure, not thinking about mining at all. But I encountered several mining projects for rare earths and others in Southeast Asia and Laos, where I've done a lot of my field work, and they were primarily Chinese companies. So it really got me thinking about the infrastructures I studied and what was being extracted, and I started to look at that. So the Wilson Center has given me that opportunity. In terms of just an overview, I think Jennifer's right. We all know what critical minerals are at this point, but I just want to make clear that countries have their own lists, and those lists are really informed by the unique country goals and industry structures. And it's really important to remember, as Mark pointed out, that it's not just about renewable energy, but these are for minerals, for the digital economy, for military technology and defense, for manufacturing. So there's a huge array of uses for critical minerals in what I'm looking at. But if you look across these critical mineral lists, and I'm happy to talk about this later, it's really the minerals central to EV battery production that we're seeing competition over. And I guess before I jump into the kind of project and my main takeaway points, I wanted to situate this within the panel a little bit, this idea of a global Chinese economy in the age of climate change. And how I'm thinking about it is decarbonization isn't just a shift in how we power things, but it's really a more fundamental shift within the global economy and geopolitics. And so more than changing the energy sources that we consume, there are these massive shifts in how we produce, extract, transport, store, and use energy. And I'm really interested in the ways that places like mines, refineries, factories are reshaping the global economy, the environment, and climate efforts. And all of this is happening at a pace that is just neck-breaking at this point. So it's hard to think about social and environmental issues when things need to happen so very quickly. So with these points in mind, one thing that motivates my work is this rapid transition really risks reproducing some of the damaging extractive histories that we've seen over time and exacerbating geopolitical tensions that are really at the fore of kind of US-China relations. So this has taken me to a space where the critical mineral rush has really kind of illuminated how there's increased scrutiny on corporate practices and companies and trying to increase corporate social responsibility and due diligence. And Chinese firms have increasingly prioritized CSR and ESG, environment, social, and governance standards across sectors. So I've been interested in this debate of, is China becoming kind of a standard setter in some way? Thank you. So this debate really happens at high policy levels, but I'm a geographer anthropologist, so I'm interested in kind of the grounded side of that, kind of the people, the firms, the local governments, the organizations that are actually setting these standards or, enacting, obstructing efforts to take care of the environment and social relations around critical mineral extraction. So I try to think through a lot of these bigger China questions through a more granular lens, and there are 3 ways that I'm doing that in this project, which has become kind of a suite of projects in a sense. So the paper for Wilson is one thing, but I really think we need to move past this idea of China controlling or dominating these supply chains and manufacturing processes. They do in some senses, right? But I think 3 key ways to break that down are, 1, to kind of look at different points in the supply chain, or maybe think of it as a production network, from extraction to processing to manufacturing. Second, we have to really think mineral by mineral. One of the things I've come across looking at policy, whether it's US or China, is that these minerals are treated as such a similar thing, but materially they're so different, and the way they're extracted and processed and the environmental effects really have vastly different impacts. And third, and this could be said across sectors, we really have to break down what we mean by China. And that's where I kind of get into my interest in non-state and subnational actors. So some of the work I've been looking at through this project and with my team is, 1, looking to provinces in extractive jurisdictions. So I had a project with a researcher in the DRC where we were looking at cobalt extraction. 2, looking at provinces in China and how they're positioning themselves through their policy to decarbonize. And like Jeremy, I had a goal of thinking about municipalities, but I haven't managed to get there yet. 3, how non-state Chinese organizations are engaging in standard setting. So I'll explain a case of that. And then I've been creating a database of companies engaged in extraction. So the case that I focus on in this paper is of the China Chamber of Commerce of Metals, Minerals, Chemical Importers and Exporters, so CCCMC. And this is an industrial organization, a membership organization, and a Chamber of Commerce, or a Shanghai. And this organization really represents the business community in several natural resource and extractive sectors. So at this point, there are more than 6,000 companies engaged in it. And why I'm interested in this case is because they play an important kind of bridging role between firms and ESG goals more broadly as China goes green and engages in environmental governance. So there's a whole really neat history there that I could talk about, but I know we only have 5 minutes, so I won't go into it. It will be in the paper. But one thing I've been paying attention to lately are some of the changes in their standards for governance. And most recently, they were at the OECD meeting in Paris. It was a forum on responsible critical mineral safeguards. And there have been a few really big changes that I'll just highlight to wrap up and hopefully spark ideas for question and answer. But at this forum, several of the major companies were there, Zijin Mining, Cattle, Huayu Cobalt, and they ended up, CCCMC and their Responsible Critical Mineral Initiative, hosting 6 sessions. And this is a really big change from CCC's participation in this landscape before, which was much more of an attendee. But what we're seeing now is that they're leading a lot of the sessions, they're collaborating with various actors within the OECD. There's been also a big push to think more about downstream corporations, which isn't surprising given the kind of landscape we're in with battery manufacturing. And there's been a shift from thinking about conflict minerals to critical minerals, which I think we've all seen. They've also expanded their regions of focus, so they had really focused on cobalt in the Congo for many years, but that's expanded to the Great Lakes region in Africa and also increasingly Southeast Asia and Latin America. And as I've been, doing interviews with people in the organization, it's amazing how often they're going out and visiting sites and very actively on the ground engaged with not only standard setting, but trying to make these standards reflect what they're seeing in real time. So I've been impressed with that. Let's see. I'll leave it at that. There's so many other points I want to cover, but I would just say, as China's economy is globalizing, organizations like CCCMC and subnational actors are really mediating a lot of the objectives from the central government and firms, especially in these environmental and social spaces. So thanks very much.
Great. No, you and Mark, you're whetting our appetite. You guys are thinking of questions, right? Short, difficult questions, all right?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. You were talking about stories, and actually, in part, the origin of this project is in a story. I work at AData, which maintains a really large data set on China's overseas development financing, and the idea of that project is to transparently share the details of China's Belt and Road aid, grants, credits, loans, debt swaps, and all of those things in the same format as if the Chinese were reporting to the OECD's Development Assistance Committee, which of course they don't do. So in September of 2021, we released our report and a large data set. And that contained project details on 14,000 projects committed by Chinese entities in 165 countries, including my native country, Pakistan. This is a country that I've grown up in. I've worked in government there, and I know it fairly well. I still read all the newspapers and everything. And 3 days after our report came out, we, of course, got a lot of media coverage in the BBC. The hidden debt issue got a lot of attention and so on. But then 2 days later, Dawn newspaper, those of you who are familiar with Pakistan know this is the premier English language daily that the founding father of Pakistan started as the editor himself. So it's a big deal. Like, all the bureaucrats get a copy of Dawn on their desk every day. Wrote what I would call a hard-hitting editorial, which basically said transparency needed. And they said basically that it's a shame that we, the citizens of Pakistan, have to wait for a research lab in Central Virginia to tell us what the state of Chinese debt is in our country. And it was obviously triggered something, because 2 days later, 2 cabinet-level ministers, one gentleman who was in charge of planning, the other in charge of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor relationships, they did a 8 p.m. primetime news conference with a fat copy of our report. It was a 140-page report with sticky notes and stuff that I could see. It's still on YouTube. Basically going point by point by point, basically saying that this is a conspiracy, this lab is funded by the US government, these guys are agents, and this is all untrue, and all the details of our debt are in the public. So there is, of course, some nuance to their argument, and I take some of this. And that they also said that the researchers chose not to engage with us before putting these allegations on us. We were simply sharing the details of the data with original documentation from Pakistan government's own sources, which are in the public realm. 2 or 3 weeks later, I had the opportunity to go to Pakistan. And because I had some people in the Ministry of Planning who could give me access to these people, I learned that this report had set off a bit of a firestorm, in that the minister himself got a call from the Chinese ambassador at 10 o'clock at night saying, you have to fix this. And I said to him, what do you mean fix what? He said, you have to fix this. Is a PR nightmare. a disaster. That was his words. So that made me think, I was like, really, we are that important? This topic is really that important that it gets the Chinese government so upset. And I think I thought about this issue, and the research that I'm doing now and the data I'm going to talk about actually talks to this, because over the last 20 years, when I do Gallup World Poll data on 110 countries around the world, the gap between favorability for China and the favorability for the United States is the greatest and most stable in Pakistan out of all of these countries. We're looking at a 80% on average favorability for China versus 20% or less for the United States. So it's a 60 percentage point, and it has been stable since 2006. I wonder what it would have been in the 1980s and 90s during the height of the Cold War, but that tells you quite a bit about it. So Pakistan is an outlier, but the way that I'm thinking of this project now is, of course, China at the global level is the single largest provider of development finance, loans, and aid at about $85 billion a year. Now, the US and its allies, of course, are now finally putting up an alternative, a competing vision for it. The national security strategy actually talks very clearly about this. They first of all say that China is trying to reshape the international order and change the rules of the road and use its economic power to coerce countries into supporting their positions. And then it then calls upon US government agencies to outcompete China and to meet the economic needs of development partners in developing countries. So it's very clear, and you see this talking to agencies in Washington, everybody's focused on this China question. And when I look at the narrative in Washington, there's two views that I hear a lot. One is that the BRI, after 10 years, $1 trillion, has immensely improved China's soft power around the world. Of course, soft power is the ability to use non-coercive measures to increase its influence. This is not just about development or infrastructure, it's much more than that. And they're really trying to change the rules of the road. That's one narrative. The other narrative, especially in the global media, is that BRI has gone horribly wrong. It has created debt distress. There's a lot of ESG challenges, there's corruption involved, and a lot of countries are having what I would call buyer's remorse. So my question is, like, which one of these narratives is actually true? Of course, the answer is that it's complicated, right? It's complicated because the world is a big place, and you can't take one framework or one approach to look at the whole world. So the goals of this project are threefold. One is to assess which of these narratives is true. Second is to identify the countries where China has indeed increased its influence through measures of soft power that I'm going to come to in a minute. And then the third is to try to assess what is China's strategy. So when things go well or not so well, how does China respond? Because I think that has immediate lessons for people here in Washington who are trying to come up with their own strategy. So how do I do this? We have a three-part framework here. First, we look at measures of what I would call grassroots support. So Gallup World Poll, I also mentioned, they've been doing this survey, or a representative survey of developing country people for many years. Second is media sentiment. So out of the University of Michigan, there's a program called GDELT that basically every 15 minutes they take all the media articles coming out, podcast transcripts and so on, and give you crude estimates of what the sentiment is. So we take for example, the sentiment of an average media report coming up in Bangladesh about China and about the United States. So from a -10 to a +10 scale, you get positivity or negativity. And third, of course, as those of you who work on UN voting patterns know, is ideal point distance to see where countries are. So this is, for me, a measure of elite support. Across all three measures, we follow a sort of a four-step process. And okay, by the way, before I go to this four-step framework, when I look at these numbers on all three of these measures, grassroots support, media sentiment, and UN General Assembly voting, China has, in the last 4 years of the BRI, has been losing. I'm talking 2018 to 2021. That's the data that I'm using. China, things have been coming down. So the puzzle is, why is it that after committing $1 trillion worth of development financing, China is still suffering these losses, especially during the COVID era? So what I do is I basically take these three measures and the data points that I mentioned and follow a simple four-step process. So hear me out as I try to explain the methodology briefly. Okay. First is year-on-year changes. So take, for example, Gallup World Poll data. Every single year they're reporting a data. So some years it's going up and some going going down. So I call it single delta, so change year on year. Then what I do is I do this for China and for the United States. And then I look at double delta, meaning if in Bangladesh, media sentiment has gone positive for both the United States and China, it has gone up by 10% for the US and 8% for China. This double delta, or the gap, is just 2%. So that's like a measure of relative gain or fall. And then using that, I then make a distribution of the whole world, looking at the first 4 years of the BRI, 2014 to 2017, and put all developing countries on quadrants. And the idea is to see which countries are moonshots, which countries are safe bets, and which countries are toss-ups, leaning China and toss-ups leaning the United States. So the whole world then gets into 4 categories. And then the idea is to go back to the 8 data set and see where has China put more or less of its money. And I do this by assessing what would have been a projected amount of money going to a country if its population was the only criteria. So a big country like Pakistan would be projected to get a big amount of money because it's a large proportion of the developing world. But Pakistan actually gets even more than that share percentage-wise. So that tells you that there is some sort of a strategy at play. 2 assumptions that I make in this, which I'm sure the academics in the room, or a lot of academics around here, could contest that, and would love to talk a little bit about that. One is that great power competition is a zero-sum game, or is perceived as a zero-sum game between developing countries at the developing countries level. And the second is that great powers, despite having a lot of resources, still have to decide where they want to put their money. So they are observing and choosing where they put their money based on some of these things. What do I find after all of this? I'm going to land this plane in a second. First is...
Wrapping it up, right?
Yeah. China is clearly prioritizing countries which are in the toss-up category. So 2/3 of all development financing in the last 4 years of the BRI that we have data on goes to countries which are competitive on one or more of these measures. Well, is that a coincidence or not? This is going to be a next paper. Second is that Beijing is a relatively risk-averse player when it comes to reputational problems. Case after case after case, we see that when things go bad, like they went in Zambia, and when Edward Lungu's government started having debt problems, they lay low. And when they have supporting strong leader like Sheikh Hasina, they double down. So they are risk-averse. The other thing I found is that China is far less likely to compete in jurisdictions which they perceive as belonging to the US camp or going more toward the US. So they would step back immediately. I think Sri Lanka actually could be a good example of that, where India is playing that role, not the United States, where they've really checked out from Sri Lanka in a big way. And the last thing I'll say is that out of these 3 measures, they are most sensitive to media sentiment. That's what the data shows. So if a country is not giving them good media coverage, that's the most likely reason why they would disengage. What should US policymakers do? 2 things I would add. One is that I found that political transitions are a very important moment for China. They're watching them very carefully. So when Sheikh Hasina is up for another re-election in a single-party system, they will really give her every opportunity to cut the ribbons before the election. And conversely, when things are not going so well, like it happened in Pakistan when Imran Khan's government was changed over, they would watch very, very carefully and only support the strong leader if and when they emerge. So keep an eye on that. Second, there is a lot of a lack of capacity, I should say, for developing country governments to objectively assess the quality of infrastructure offers that are being made by them. So anything that the United States can do to work with civil societies in developing countries, data journalists and others, to help them scrutinize the quality of the proposals that are coming their way, that would go a long way in making sure that the public welfare benefits of BRI projects or P3GI projects that the US is offering create the best value for public welfare. I'll stop there and I look forward to the conversation.
Great, wow. You are swimming in data. I thought you were swimming in data. He's really swimming in data. All right.
Thanks, yeah. So this is, I think, a well sort of time. My project has, I think, a lot of overlap with Amar's, except being much more narrow and less ambitious. But so, you know, broadly, I'm interested in whether China's use of financial resources abroad does improve what Amar's called soft power. And in particular, I'm looking at sort of foreign public sentiment towards China. And at this point, there's been a look at some issues like Chinese foreign economic assistance and investment, and whether that has improved foreigners' opinions of China with mixed results. What I'm going to look at in this project for the Wilson Center is one particular instrument of Chinese economic diplomacy, which is currency swap agreements, which I think probably most people do not understand the technicalities of well. And I will say, even after working on this project for a number of months, still don't feel like I have the greatest sense of exactly how these work, but I think of them as kind of like a home equity line of credit, right? You have now 40 different central banks who have signed up for these swaps. In a sense, you go to the People's Bank of China, and you are offered a line of credit. Something like 17 of those 40 countries are actually drawn down on those lines of credit. But even if you aren't drawing on it, it's still helpful to have that line of credit where you can borrow in Chinese RMB if you need to use this. Okay, and this is economically significant. There's been, recent NBER working paper estimates something like $170 billion US dollars has been extended to these central banks. And they describe this as an important tool of overseas crisis management. So China is, in doing this, filling in an important role of sort of building out the global financial safety net. It also, of course, has, it's not just altruistic. There's important Chinese economic objectives involved here, like helping promote the international use of the RMB. And I think there's also important, sort of geopolitical soft power type motivations. My friend and co-author and last year's Wilson Center fellow Dan McDowell has a paper describing these as one of the objectives of these currency swaps as part of China's international charm offensive. So again, the idea here is this is a tool that is seen as trying to win, curry favor abroad. And so what I want to do in this project is look at, is this effective? Is China extending these currency swaps to other countries and providing economic assistance in this way? Is it actually improving foreign public sentiment? And so to answer this, I'm going to look at the case of Argentina, because Argentina is, as I think people will know, something of an economic basket case. They've had a long-standing swap that started in 2009, one of the earliest cases, and they've used it at times of economic distress a number of times. So if there's really any case where China's economic assistance should be economically beneficial to a country, and therefore these economic benefits should be observed by the public, and the public should appreciate China's generosity, you would think Argentina is the case. And so what in a sense, the main punchline here is actually it has not been terribly effective at making Argentines have better attitudes towards China. In this particular paper, what I did was design a survey experiment right around the time of Argentina's last election, which was October 2023, where I primed some, sort of half of respondents about this Chinese currency swap and half do not get this. And you would think reminding people about this form of Chinese economic assistance should make them more likely to want to engage with China, and that's not what we find. What I find instead is actually it has a polarizing effect on Chinese public opinion. On Argentine opinion towards China. So let me unpack that. We'll get to the story. This is the storytelling part. So I think the polarizing part is that people who support the incumbent government, and I think this gets an interesting overlap to what Amar was talking about as well, about sort of supporting certain governments during re-election time. China was very close relationship with the last government under Alberto Fernandez, sort of left, sort of Peronist faction. They had good ties, and so people who supported that party really tended to like China and then responded favorably when sort of reminded about Chinese assistance to the government. But people who didn't like the incumbent party in Argentina had worse views of China as a lower baseline, and they reacted negatively. When reminded about Chinese economic assistance, they became more skeptical of working with China. So why is that? The basic punchline, I think, is that this currency swap or Chinese assistance to Argentina more generally was seen as a form of election meddling, sort of election interference. Just days before the last election, and actually this happens after the survey was conducted, but I think it's relevant to sort of get at the view in Argentina. Argentina asked for $5 billion in support right before. China says, we will give you $6.5 billion. We'll give you more than you asked for to help tie you over to make sure that the currency doesn't crash right before the election. And of course, the opposition, the incumbent says, look, China is so generous, it's helping us. And the opposition comes and says, this is corruption, this is election meddling. And so I think, these sort of bifurcated reaction among the major political factions in Argentina sort of trickles down to the public. And you view this through a domestic partisan lens, not that different than the way that, say, Americans view Russian election interference. Okay? So then again, the big sort of takeaways here are that these currency swaps, at least the way they've been done in Argentina, are not an effective tool of public diplomacy. And so one perhaps policy implication of this is the U.S. should not be as concerned about China winning friends in America's backyard, at least through these concerns. But the second, I think there's also, if my interpretation of why it hasn't been effective is right, I think this also has implications for how both China and the United States might design foreign economic assistance programs. And they have to be at least perceived to be politically neutral. If they are perceived as being, politically biased towards governments that are friendly to the great powers, that is not going to be an effective way to win over sort of national public opinion. It will just, again, maybe win you some friends, but also create more skepticism within the domestic publics as well. Thanks.
Okay. I was struck the last two, just being brief, that because both of you seem to be really interested in public opinion. So if you were talking, the Chinese leadership, you tell them that they should be concerned about this public opinion souring in some global South countries? Is it?
I mean, I think they are concerned. I mean, again, it's hard to know for certain, but I think there is my impression is they are concerned about public sentiment. That is an objective, and so to the extent that is their objective, the trends. I mean, I think Amar has much better sense of the macro level trends, but it doesn't seem positive. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the big findings for me, both through my anecdote and looking at the data, is they are sensitive to that. And it's not a coincidence that, as I said, 2/3 of all development financing in the last 4 years of the BRI has gone to countries which are in a toss-up category. So the conventional wisdom might be that China's system is fragmented. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. But I would say that at least in the countries that I've watched carefully, Pakistan, Zambia, Bangladesh, and others, which are important to China, the embassies are playing that role of coordination, and they are sending reports back, and they are definitely very, very careful and cautious and keeping a close eye on public opinion. And that just confirms that the BRI is not just about helping developing countries. That benevolence, may be part of it, but at the end of the day, it's about influence. And there's other motivations too that China has, domestic. But externally, I think part of this is to try to export this model of supply side infrastructure leading to development without worrying about the things that we were taught in university are important for development: human rights, freedoms, women's empowerment, stuff like that. So this is basically the message that this is sending is you can leapfrog all of that, just like we did. Of course, countries like Pakistan don't have the same level of human capital that China had or the Koreas of the world had. And they are so getting to believe that they could just copy China when they're in no position to do that.
So before you do your next report, though, are you going to send a whole bunch of sticky notes to the leadership in Pakistan?
You just give them a heads up.
Here, you'll need these. No, but there's a lot of China watchers these days. I mean, you guys are watching what China's doing overseas. We're not able to go into China and watch as much, but I'm going to China tomorrow. Excited for a conference. I'm very excited. But let me talk to you. So, you're going to China soon too, and yeah, with your research. And but one question I had for you before you talk about that, the CCCMC. Yes, I wanted to know a little. Did I add too many
that
Cs?
was
Okay,
right
sorry.
amount of Cs. Yeah.
That organization, that I'm really intrigued about how they really seem to want to take a leadership role. Mm-hmm. I mean, almost most of these trade associations. It's government, right?
It no longer is. So originally they were associated with MOFCOM, the Ministry of Commerce, and as of, I want to say, 2020, that affiliation was broken, and they're now considered a separate nonprofit chamber, so they're not directly associated. Obviously, they maintain close relations with MOFCOM and other government agencies, but yeah, they consider themselves non-state.
Do you know, do they work with other kind of similar kind of trade associations in other countries? Like I'm thinking of Europe, and get ready to have a Europe question for you. You know, do they?
Yeah, but from what I've seen, they're working more with, UN agencies, OECD, that kind of level when they're doing international work. And then in terms of visiting other countries, what I've primarily heard is that they're visiting Chinese companies, typically with some sort of mining operation in another country, or other natural resource extraction, but I was just looking at mining. Yeah.
But so they want to have better regulations. Are they trying to push for more transparency as well?
Yeah. So part of they've kind of put themselves forward as a really important kind of translator between these environmental safeguards and Chinese companies, making the argument that they're best positioned to actually translate what is needed to Chinese companies, and that it shouldn't be coming from, kind of far away international.
Like a place in Virginia.
Exactly. So they also see it as, there are particular needs that Chinese companies have that international safeguards are not necessarily hitting on. But they're still collaborating with the OECD on making a lot of these safeguards as well. So I see them, speaking of translation, as a really important translator for firms to kind of up those safeguards. They also were much more focused, I mentioned this, on kind of early pre-screening, but now they're pushing for more monitoring, evaluation, et cetera. And of course, like how safeguards play out on the ground is a different story, but that's not the one I'm following right now.
But I'm kind of intrigued. Show of hands, how many people in the audience had even heard of this organization before just now? Raise your hand if you've heard of it.
Yeah, you have, Elizabeth.
There are like 2 people. So people in the web, I can't see what you guys are doing back there. So, but I mean, this is another example, like why our researchers are so good, but getting these kind of stories. But this is also a potentially, I don't know if a U.S. organization could engage with them, but there's a lot of, clutching of pearls in D.C. about all the critical minerals and the environmental groups concerned about the pollution. And I'm thinking, sounds like there's an organization that...
There was this meeting in Paris last month that American companies and organizations could attend. So, it's not just that they're doing this individually as a Chinese institution. They are engaging internationally as well.
And they talk to you.
And they talk to me somehow.
Just saying. Surprise. Some news story here. So I was kind of curious in your work, Mark, that... because you were focusing on U.S. export controls and how it relates to China. But I mean, the Europeans, they're kind of our partner in crime, in building these high fences, small gardens. Mm-hmm. Have you looked at how what we're doing impacts the Europeans? Is it thumbs up for them or?
I haven't looked so much at it. I'm not so much expert in Europe itself. I mean, obviously, Europe is a major player in a lot of different ways. There's the increasing bilateral talks with Europe on a lot of these issues. Like mentioned before about the minilateralism, that's including some of the important European companies like ASML for semiconductors. So it's a diverse set of things. I don't think that they're being incorporated in a major way or at least informal ways. I think the U.S. is still often being quite unilateral with these minilateral exceptions that seem to be building. I think that's the goal. It is the goal. It's in ECRA itself, the new legislation of 2018, that says that the objective is to become multilateral when using these export controls. So that's somewhat of an objective. I think it's still, the U.S. has been quite unilateral overall in its use of these controls. Now, having said that, I mean, in the industries that I look at, particularly digital industries, Europe is not always at that cutting edge, and so their policies and their directions are often quite different from how the U.S. and China are both evolving. I'm thinking here of let's say, differences in how they're regulating AI or something like that, where Europe actually has, a law, an AI Act, in a way that U.S. has sort of just punted or has been punting for a while.
We're not there yet.
So it's just, I think it's a complicated question. There's a lot of elements to it, but I don't think they're completely onboarded in some kind of formal way.
Okay, good. Want to open up to the audience here? Raise your hand high. And by raising your hand up, you're swearing that you will ask a succinct question that will get a succinct answer. There's no buy one, get 3 free. Okay. How about, why don't we do 3 in a row? Why don't we yes, I'll start there. He's closest.
David, I had one for you. Could you just talk a little bit about the elite versus popular audience for these swaps? I loved your survey experiment; it's very cool. Entertain an idea that maybe the swaps were really for elites, and the negative effects on popular public opinion were kind of a negative side effect.
Okay, pass the mic to the next row. We'll collect 3 questions.
Thanks. So similar also for David. I was wondering how you think sort of Beijing, did they think that they messed up? Were they not expecting that reaction? How do they think about dealing with democracies versus non-democracies? Thanks.
Okay, is your question also for David?
It's not.
Oh, good. All right, then I'll let you ask it.
But I'm going to be greedy. I'll have 2 questions, but they're both brief. So, Amar, love aid data, but you painted a target on your back in your presentation, so I'm going to follow up and ask it, right? So I don't buy the zero-sum sort of framing per se, but especially on development, right? How do you think about asymmetric competition? Let's say I buy that developing countries think about US or China, right? But the US is not necessarily competing on just development. So how do you take that into consideration? And then for Mark, building on Jennifer's question actually, but about Asia, Chip 4 alliance, like Japan and South Korea, where are they in terms of comfort on export control policy, US export control policy, and these sort of extraterritorial enforcements? Thank you.
And I forgot, can you guys all say your name? Who are you?
Yeah. Jack Zhang.
Okay.
I think, thanks for the questions. I think in this case, the elite and public really mirror because, again, the incumbent government is saying, thank you, this is wonderful. And I think to get to the second point as well, I think this was an election where the 2 final candidates were worlds apart on China, where the incumbent is saying we want to have close friends with China, and Milei is saying we will not do business with China. China is an assassin. So I think it was in that context. I think it is the context of the election that was close, where it seemed like when that is the nature of the debate, and then days before you extend a huge loan to the incumbent. I don't think they thought that this would be a way to win over mass elite opinion. I think at least that's not how I think anyone interprets this within Argentina. It was seen as, at least part of the objective, given the timing and the broader political context, is you're trying to help tip the balance in favor of a government that's going to be better to work with. And when your team doesn't win, that's kind of unfortunate. Now, of course, Milei is moderated because he needs Chinese financial assistance, and there's ongoing negotiations about extending them, but, they're now still, I think, 6 months in, haven't renegotiated that swap. It's sort of been frozen because they're not happy with Milei's stance. So again, I think they're still playing politics in a way that I think is trying to maximize leverage with the new party. Hopefully that answers the questions.
Okay. And Mark?
You want me to go first? Okay.
Just succinct.
Sure. So, so with the chip 4, so I think there's 2 parts to my answer here. First, yes, certainly there are plenty of discussions. I think they understand the concerns. They feel the security threats more than us in a lot of ways, right? So there's incentives to do that. They don't have a history of export control regime. So ours has been around since the 40s or late 40s. And so they have to build it. There's a lot of capacity training that could be done, a lot of harmonization between sort of Japan and other countries and regions to have comparability, because institutionally you need to create that harmonization as well for these things to be effective. So it's a long run thing. But the bigger question, I think, is that I didn't want to imply that unilateralism is the problem and multilateralism will solve everything and we're good. Because I think, again, the industrial organization has changed such that you have to think that even if it is multilateral controls, that the effects of even if it's multilateral or unilateral, the effects of these policies and the effectiveness, so the effectiveness being, does it achieve the policy goals that are declared, and also the effects, meaning the unintended consequences, are, I believe, still unknown, because again, it still focuses, whether it's one country or 4 countries that are trying to achieve that control, the same basic concept is there of choke point strength, right, within a larger, broader industrial ecosystem. And so all the points I made, I think, operate equally well under the two. My point simply before about unilateralism was just that if the U.S. has very high market share, it's more likely to take a unilateral approach. But I don't think a multilateral approach necessarily solves all of the issues that I'm discussing.
Okay, good. All right, over on this side, we got.
Thank you. Jessica Liao. My question is to another Jessica and also Mark. I wonder how you see the role of Chinese firms or industry associations, how they reconcile their relations and interests with both, the foreign firms and also their government. Because you see the increasing conflict, it's hard to reconcile both. But they also know that in order for them to become internationally competitive, they have to cooperate with all those like foreign firms and also OECD and all that. Yeah.
Okay, and pass it back to. No, back. It's going back first. Sorry.
It was to both of us. Yeah.
You had your hand up before, right? No, didn't you have your hand up? Oh, you did. I thought you did. Okay, then it is you. Sorry. You must have scratched in your head. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. I'm Jeremy Wallace. So also for Mark and Jessica, I'm wondering about kind of substitution, especially in the critical mineral space, and the ways in is it the case that firms are thinking about possibilities of, well, if this is going to be restricted by China, I want to be in this space, or so are big firms kind of placing all bets, or are kind of small firms kind of making weird bets, and that maybe they'll strike it rich if things are going kind of go their way, and if not, they'll just get crushed. So it's kind of about the organization and kind of avoiding of choke points, or kind of like strategic moving in this physical reality of minerals.
Okay, Jessica, do you want to start us out?
Sure. So in terms of firms navigating kind of this global economy and landscape, I want to take it two directions. One, in terms of standards, there has been an acceptance of CCCMC standards through LME, the London Metal Exchange. So there is kind of an international standard that recognizes these standards that's helped these companies become more competitive. And I think in terms of competing with other firms, one thing I'm seeing, and it's just harder to pull apart, is you have Chinese firms in these extractive ventures, but often they're, some sort of cooperation with a non-Chinese firm, and I think we have to think about that too, and I haven't done that in this project, but in the database that I've been putting together around what Chinese firms use what standards, it's really hard to pull apart when you have these, multinational companies essentially working in collaboration with Chinese firms. So they're not just Chinese projects, as we often think about these things. I think substitution's a great question, and that goes to the point that one of the points I made around thinking by mineral, right? If you're thinking about cobalt, substitution becomes very difficult. But then if you're in the rare earth space, substitution suddenly becomes a lot easier. So I see them thinking about that, but you see different strategies in the DRC than you get obviously in like the copper space, for example. I haven't thought about firm size though and how that affects it. So thank you. I will think about that.
So yes, to Jessica's question, I think that, part of the reaction is to create more interfirm linkages with other Chinese companies. I think we see that extensively. But I think part of the problem is that the policy of indigenous innovation is, in my opinion, is just shooting themselves in the foot, because that's just not how these advanced industries operate. And as you alluded to, linkages with foreign firms and other firms are really critical. Now, of course, you can develop a domestic ecosystem, and I think the classic example of that is sort of the internet companies that we all know of, where a lot of mostly American firms got shoved out, and they developed a domestic ecosystem. And there's plenty of innovation. I'm not saying China's going to stop innovating in some way, but being connected to sort of those global networks is really critical. So I think that the policies actually, I understand the reaction to become a bit more nativist or something like that, but it really, I think, does shoot the Chinese firms in the foot. As far as, so I wouldn't call it substitution. I'd call it, in my sectors at least, it's very different. It's changes in innovation, because you have let's say you want to produce that same product. Well, there's not just a single way to make it, and that's what I was saying about unilinear versus multilinear innovation, right? there's other ways that they can shift and repurpose their resources, let's say, to make a similar product, right? This is done by a lot of companies. When there were supply chain shortages during COVID, lots of firms were like, let's re-engineer stuff, right? Because we can't get access to it. But in these industries, you can kind of do some of that. There's a lot of other potential ways in which, so it's, in that sense, it's not direct substitute. It's not hard to say substitution, like, oh, I'll just buy this thing. It's different ways of innovating either around it or innovating in brand new directions. So if this pathway is cut off, you're going to see tremendous amounts of other types of innovation. And in fact, I'd predict that in 3 or 4 years from now, we will be buying Chinese products that incorporate the impact of U.S. export controls as they develop new types of products. Since they're, some firms are clearly going to be blocked going in a certain direction in technological innovation. I know it's very abstract, sorry, but...
Well, no, that's not abstract. That's not good news for people who want this policy. Okay, we got 1 minute left. You get 15 seconds. Tell me, you guys have all been our fellows. What's next for your research? 15 seconds.
I want to see what's going on in Turkey, where there's been similar developments.
All right, you. 15 seconds.
I'm gonna try to figure out this thing about the zero sum because it's gonna butt up against reviewers on this issue. But basically, we have to fine tune these measures that I've described.
Great. So much of this has been done not from China or on the ground, so it's to go to China and ground truth and interview. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know how long the timeline is here, but to look at biotech, because I know I've done a lot in digital, but biotech is sort of the other industry area, but very, very different, requiring a lot of extra research to understand that.
And lots of tables and charts
Lots
and
of
arrows
tables
going
and
all
data
different
and
directions.
so forth, exactly.
He's got it. They're like spider webs. All right. Applause for these great researchers. And thanks for your great questions. We have 15 minutes to do coffee or run around like chickens. And thank you so much. And again, you guys are great.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
That was fun.
Thanks for enlivening
Cool
it.
I love your moderation style. Every time I was like, I need to mirror that someday.
So,
Welcome, Professor Spendolo. Welcome to our final panel of the day, which is on great power competition, something that we spend a great deal of time on here at the Kissinger Institute, but it's been wonderful to have other views on China in the morning sessions and in the afternoon session that just concluded. We are pleased to have 4 of our China fellows speaking this afternoon. We'll begin with Mark Jia, who is Associate Professor of Law at Georgetown University. The subject of his paper is China's Rise and American Law. He will be followed by Shuxian Luo, Assistant Professor in the Department of Asian Studies in the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where she teaches Chinese foreign policy and international relations. And she will be speaking on Russia in China's contemporary territorial disputes and implications for the United States Indo-Pacific strategy. I promised you a couple of Russia talks, and so you'll get them now. We'll then have Yelena Biberman, who is Associate Professor at Skidmore College, and is also a new voice at the Andrew W. Marshall Foundation and a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. Her topic is U.S.-China-Russia geostrategic competition in the age of artificial intelligence and biotechnology. I'll give you 30 seconds, 5 minutes. You've got a lot to cover. And then last we'll hear from Shelin Xiaowu, Associate Professor and the L.H. Gibson Chair in Transnational History at Lehigh University up in Pennsylvania. And her essay is titled Tensions of the Endless Frontier, Geostrategic Competition, and the Lives of Scientists. So welcome, all of you. We look forward to hearing about your work. And Mark, if you'll lead us off.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My project addresses how U.S.-China competition is beginning to shape our system of separated powers. I got interested in this topic because, as many of you well know, constitutional governance here is premised, at least in theory, on robust competition between 3 ostensibly co-equal branches of government. And yet, throughout our history, conflicts with foreign adversaries have tended to weaken inter-branch competition. Foreign threats have historically led to executive overreach, congressional abetment or acquiescence to new presidential authorities, and excessive judicial deference to the judgments of national security officials. So given this history, I wanted to know whether U.S.-China competition is beginning to affect the overall balance of constitutional powers here. And my findings so far are mixed, right? So at this likely early stage of conflict, U.S.-China rivalry has not really transformed the relationship between our three branches of government, at least not in the way that certain prior conflicts, especially actual wars, have in American history. So that's some good news, right? The more concerning development is that there have been a number of cases of prosecutorial overreach and administrative illegality linked to counter-China policies, and these instances can at times feel like attenuated versions of our earlier histories. So the Justice Department's China Initiative, which was an arguably ill-considered effort to combat Chinese industrial espionage, but involved many instances of prosecutorial and investigatory overreach, is at least evocative of the many overcharged spy investigations of last century, right? The most egregious instance of executive overreach here was not actually a DOJ program, but involved the work of a small security unit inside the Commerce Department called the Investigations and Threat Management Service, ITMS. So as U.S.-China conflict intensified in the 2010s, ITMS transformed from a modest security service with a very modest mandate into this sort of rogue intelligence and law enforcement agency intent on rooting out Chinese spies, but in practice it mostly just harassed the department's Asian American employees to the point where whistleblowers eventually shut the program down. We also see instances of administrative illegality that evoke history, where the White House or federal agencies have acted beyond the scope of their statutory authorization to address threats associated with the PRC. So the last administration's executive orders that would have effectively banned both WeChat and TikTok quite plainly fall into this category, I would argue. Such acts were in excess of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA for short, as that act really quite clearly by its text does not allow the president in emergencies to regulate information or informational materials. I should note that this is a separate question from the constitutionality of the current TikTok divestiture law, which in my view presents a much closer legal and constitutional question. And if there are questions about that, I'm happy to talk more about that in the Q&A. Another example would be the last administration's implementation of its executive order forbidding transactions in the securities of companies linked to China's military-industrial complex. So that order itself was legally unproblematic in my view, but it turns out that in implementing the order, the Department of Defense was placing a bunch of companies on the list without really any substantial evidence of their links to the Chinese military, right? If the company was doing consumer AI research, they were put on the list, and it was like these were communist Chinese military companies when they in fact weren't, and this is what a court here in DC found too when it enjoined those acts. And then there's a broader concern flowing out of increasing inter-party and inter-branch consensus on China. This has been talked about a bit so far today. While such consensus can facilitate decisive government action, it can also lead to the suppression of alternative perspectives, risking the adoption of less considered foreign and public policies. When there's too much consensus on a policy issue, the legislative and executive branches will cease to check one another, right? Instead, you can have quite the opposite outcome, where each branch seemingly goads the other into taking more and more assertive postures, however unfruitful or unwise. So what can be done to sort of help maintain checks and balances in the years ahead? I think the best we can do is to try and reinforce or replicate the self-correcting, sort of counterbalancing tendencies within our constitutional system itself. And we've seen these tendencies work even here at times, right? The DOJ did eventually terminate the China initiative under some pressure from Congress, under a lot of pressure from civil society, though that could very well be restored. There are calls to restore it now. And the TikTok, WeChat, and certain of the military securities orders were eventually enjoined by courts as well. So to reinforce these mechanisms, we should consider giving inspectors general within key agencies a wider civil rights mandate. We should consider institutionalizing or regularizing civil society consultations and input within the agency process, but more than we have now. We should try to probe judicial nominees' views on national security deference during their confirmation hearings, which is not a topic that gets too much play, but I think is becoming increasingly important. And we might even consider some other ways to ensure that contrary perspectives are not discouraged in the policymaking process by, for example, requiring a subset of key policymaking groups to advocate the dissenting or contrary views of some sort. This last proposal was a great suggestion recently made by law professors Kristen Eichenser and Ashley Deeks at UVA Law. So I will end here, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Mark, quick
Yeah,
question.
sure.
My non-specialist sense over the past 5 years has been that the judiciary has been doing its job and has, by and large, been an effective check on both the executive and the legislative branches. Is that correct, or are there things we should be concerned about with the judiciary as well?
Yeah, so I'd say that the courts have overall performed quite well. A lot of the injunctions were issued by federal district courts, including here in D.C., but these cases have only made their way to the district court level, which is the first trial level of the system itself. For timing reasons, other reasons, these orders eventually being withdrawn. They have not made their way to the appellate courts, let alone the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's recent jurisprudence on national security deference is extremely deferential, right? So in Trump versus Hawaii, which was the Muslim ban decision in the first term of the Trump administration, or the sole term of the Trump administration. So you know, in that case, there was language from the chief's opinion to the effect of, you know, even if we on the court disagreed with the national security judgment, even if we thought that this ban was not really serving American national security interests, it's not our place. It's not our role to second guess the judgments of the president here. I think that sort of reasoning, that imperative, will be at an apex if Congress is acting in concert with the president as well. So for those reasons, even in those cases, you know, in the last 5 years, had they been appealed and eventually made their way to the appellate courts, to the Supreme Court, I somewhat doubt that the same outcomes would have happened. I mean, we should also remember that a lot of the, you know, a number of sort of Trump-era laws were enjoined by district courts and then eventually overturned on appeal. It's just by happenstance that these ones didn't make their way through the process there.
I'm sorry that I preempted the applause for Mark Jia. I heard one palm strike one other palm, and then I interrupted. Thank you. Let's go to Shushen Luo.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss my project. My paper actually contains both the historical and contemporary components that examines both the Sino-Soviet and Sino-Russian relations in the context of China's territorial disputes with India and Vietnam, both of which are longstanding strategic partners of Moscow since the Cold War. So is Russia really becoming a Chinese vassal, as some observers on Sino-Russian relations have been predicting, particularly since February 2022? Will or can Beijing really leverage its growing influence over Moscow to gain stronger Russian backing in China's territorial disputes? These are questions that really inspired my project. So drawing upon archived documents, including the Cold War archive here at Wilson Center, and also memoirs by Chinese officials and Chinese scholar writings, this paper finds that Beijing and Moscow have, since the Cold War, had deeply conflicting interests when it comes to China's territorial disputes with India and Vietnam. The Soviet Union was indirectly involved in those disputes, primarily in the defense and energy dimensions. It served as a major supplier of weapon systems for both India and Vietnam. It also engaged in joint energy ventures with Vietnam to tap into the hydrocarbon resources in the context of South China Sea waters. Most notably, the Soviet arms sale to India starting in the early 1960s following a clash between the Chinese and Indian troops in 1959. And Moscow's open position of strict neutrality on this dispute was a key issue that contributed to tensions and rift between Beijing and Moscow, according to notes on a Mao-Khrushchev meeting in October 1959. And this divergence of interest continues to be a source of unease and distrust between the two sides, the two countries in the post-Cold War era. And most prominently, Chinese experts have widely cited Russia's sale of kilo-class submarines to Vietnam in 2009 and S-400 air defense system to India in 2018 as particularly frustrating examples of Russia's pursuit of commercial and geopolitical interests that jeopardize China's territorial interests. Although Beijing has not remained silent about its displeasure about Moscow's pursuit of interest, it has been relatively cautious, as I find in this study. China has been relatively cautious in pressuring Russia to align its position with China's territorial interests in the post-Cold War era, likely due to three considerations. First, in the context of U.S.-China strategic competition, Beijing views a significant weakening of Russia's ties with India, specifically, as more detrimental than beneficial to China's primary strategic interests, because that would potentially push India further closer to the United States. And this imperative compels Beijing to tolerate, in general, Russia's pursuit of self-interest with India, even at the expense of China's own territorial interests, although these interests are, in general, considered as secondary interests, national interests, which is a logic that some Chinese scholars have framed as choosing the lesser of two evils. And this logic is less prominent in the South China Sea disputes, where China has selectively pressured Russia to curtail its energy development collaboration with Vietnam, as we've seen back in 2019, in a standoff between Chinese marine survey vessel and a Russian Rosneft chartered oil drilling in the Vanguard Bank. Probably due to the lesser geopolitical weight that Vietnam carries in China's strategic calculation and the greater influence that China believes itself can exert on Vietnam without having to use Russia as collaborator. And the second reason why China refrains from pressuring Russia, I'd argue, probably lies in Beijing's perception that Russia's potential of expanding its ties and influence over India and Vietnam beyond the traditional arms sale and energy dimension is quite limited, at least in the short run. And therefore, Beijing is skeptical of Moscow's influence over India and Vietnam, even if Russia is willing to show such stronger support for China. And thirdly, as China transformed its relationship with Russia from a formal alliance during the Cold War to one of strategic partnership in the post-Cold War era, it seems that Beijing seems to have adopted a more pragmatic approach as to how much support to expect from Moscow in China's territorial disputes. Because for strategic partnerships, by definition, they tend to be informal in nature and entail low commitment costs as compared to, the explicitly formalized alliances that bind the allies to a rigid course of actions and entail quite high commitment costs. And by showing that the purportedly no-limit Sino-Russian alignment, or the no-limit with Chinese characteristics, as Jeremy had characterized in the first panel, it does carry this alignment does carry limits and the divergent interests that when it comes to China's territorial interests. And this study has three main implications for America's Indo-Pacific policies. First, I think the U.S. Policymakers should avoid taking the Sino-Russian no-limits vow at its face value, because treating the alignment as simply as a so-called autocratic alliance or an autocratic axis could be counterproductive, because confrontation and consistent toughness can more likely drive Beijing and Moscow even closer, while ignoring the prospect that the Sino-Russian relationship might contain seeds of its own weakening and constraining, if not ultimate unraveling, as was the case during the Cold War. And secondly, this study reveals that the growing power asymmetry favorable to China that does not necessarily translate into a corresponding increase in Beijing's leverage with Moscow in pressuring for stronger Russian support in China's territorial disputes. China's actions toward Russia are not solely determined by the shifting distribution of power between the two sides, but are also shaped by their interactions with third-party actors that include but are not limited to the United States. Also think about India, Vietnam as well. And understand these dynamics is crucial in analyzing what drives China's approach toward Russia. Lastly, concerning India and Vietnam, I think the United States should adopt a cautious approach when considering whether to apply a 2017 CAATSA, counter America's adversaries through Sanctions Act, to the two countries' continued defense and energy transactions with Russia. India has emerged as one of Russia's top buyers of oil since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and Vietnam is also making arrangements to continue its defense cooperation with Russia in contravention of U.S. sanctions. But Washington should approach these issues with a clear understanding or recognition that compelling India and Vietnam to sever their ties with Russia may unintentionally eliminate a long-standing source of discord between Beijing and Moscow. I'll just stop here and look forward to a discussion.
Thank you. Raises a lot of questions. When many of us say that Russia has become a vassal state or a client state to China, of course, we do it, in part for fun, right? Just to needle.
For eye-catching purpose.
Yeah, but do you know, has Russia made any additional large sales to Vietnam or India since the invasion of Ukraine?
I think not by signing a new agreement, but between 2021 and 2021 to 2023, Russia delivered 3 of the 5 S-400 regiments to India.
Under a prior contract.
Right, signed in 2018. Whereas the contrast is interesting because in 2014, Russia agreed to sell, I think, 6 regiments of S-400 to China, but after delivering the first several two units back in 2018 and 2019, they suspended the delivery of the remaining units, citing the pandemic as a reason. But while the suspension was in place, the suspension of the delivery to China was in place, they delivered the units to India, and India deployed these units to the contested border with China.
Hey, thank you very much. Yelena Biberman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. I want to thank Lucas and Robert and the Wilson Center for this opportunity. I've been learning so much from everyone. So this project began as an observation that there's a new power that is emerging on the global stage. The ability to read, edit, and write DNA is this incredible power that humanity is acquiring, right? And my prior work has been on unconventional warfare, so of course I asked myself, how can this power be weaponized and used? Which led to a paper that was published and which attracted attention, which led me to kind of keep going, and now I'm working on a book. So this part of a book, thinking about this new form of power that is emerging, right? Still much to go. Seems like science fiction, but every day there seems to be progress towards those, achieving those things which previously seemed like science fiction. So, and US and China are the global leaders, so I'm going to focus on China right now. So US-China competition over biotech is a relatively quiet one, and much of the attention goes to the economic dimension of it. But biotech is dual use, right? It has both peaceful, civilian, but also military applications. The latter may range from precision targeting to mass destruction. Rapid innovations in genetic engineering, synthetic biology, nanotechnology, AI, of course, neurotechnology, they're kind of working together to create sort of these genetic capabilities that could be useful for peaceful, defensive, or offensive purposes. So the questions that I ask is, how do Chinese policymakers and strategists view the power of biotech in the context of this intensifying great power rivalry? What are China's capabilities and intentions vis-a-vis dual-use or weaponizable biotechnologies? So my work addresses these questions by probing the plausibility of 3 hypotheses that, with evidence that draws on primary, secondary sources, like government reports and interviews with experts. Right now I'm based in Singapore, so learning a lot being there. My investigation reveals the central role of biotechnology in China's pursuit of both economic development and national security. It's among the means by which China wants to not just catch up to, but surpass the United States. There's inadequate publicly available data to draw conclusions about the full scope of Beijing's intentions for biotechnology. But the existing and dual-use capabilities, grand ambitions, and the herd nature of technological development do create a serious risk of unintended consequences of mass destructive potential. These range from an accidental triggering of a new, more deadly pandemic to a genetic arms race. The rules-based international order is collapsing, while the world faces a polycrisis. This is a term coined by Adam Tooze, which means multiple challenges affecting the world simultaneously and interacting in such a way that their overall impact exceeds the sum of all parts. The US-China economic decoupling is taking place at a time when the two states are in most need of communication and mutual understanding, that is deep and sustained diplomatic engagement. China is too technologically advanced to be isolated or ignored. Genetically engineered bioweapons are a daunting addition to an overflowing list of US national and global security concerns. But they're also an opportunity to appreciate the urgency of bringing back order in partnership with, rather than in opposition to, the rising powers. As massive and difficult such a diplomatic undertaking would be, it pales in comparison to the challenge of surviving a genetically engineered biological catastrophe. So I'll give a summary of some implications and takeaways for policy. So a central challenge the United States faces is balancing the thrilling economic and medical benefits of biotechnology with the enormous risks to global and US national security. The US and its allies cannot go it alone, realistically. The problem of genetically engineered bioweapons requires deep and sustained diplomatic engagement between the countries at the biotechnological frontier, which is US and China. The risk of accidental biological harm grows in tandem with US-China competition. The drive to outcompete by speeding up the pace of innovation could lead to lapses in security and judgment. The result may be an accidental catastrophe. The risks involved are serious and must be tackled through communication and cooperation between US and Chinese officials, as well as the scientific establishments. The US should pay closer attention to politics of expertise in emerging technologies in general and biotech in particular. Industry insiders on whom government institutions rely for expert opinion may have perverse incentives if their investment portfolios stand to benefit or suffer as a result of policy changes. The composition of advisory committees and expert panels should consider potential conflicts of interest. For example, the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology does not require its members to divest their own personal biotech investments, even as they help to shape US policy overseeing the industry. Biological agents do not behave in accordance to internationally recognized boundaries, obviously, which means that the biosecurity threats are transnational by nature. Confronting the new generation of biological security threats require building, updating, and strengthening international regimes and organizations. The United States should demonstrate commitment to compliance and support a legally binding inspection regime for the Biological Weapons Convention. Scientific and technological literacy is crucial for informed citizenship and policymaking. Supplemental professional training for policymakers, an updated K-12 curriculum, and public awareness campaigns would improve understanding and reduce the political impact of conspiracies and misleading claims by actors with a vested interest. And finally, building domestic resilience against the new generation of biological threats will require not just state-of-the-art medical technologies, but also a healthcare system that is accessible to the entire population. So one way to measure how well the population is doing in terms of health is the life expectancy, right? And I was quite amazed to find out that US has the lowest life expectancy of all G7 countries, and American life expectancy is actually lower than life expectancy in China. So I'll just end here on this positive note.
It's upbeat note. So, two questions. A lot of this vocabulary is new to me. I don't know if it's true for other people in the room, but what exactly does a genetic arms race consist in? I mean, this is I'm hearing more and more phrases of this kind, and I sort of have an intuitive feel for what it might be. What does that actually mean? Genetically engineered bioweapons, are these worse than biological weapons, and can they be controlled under existing international regimes against biological weapons?
Yeah, so these are great.
Everything with the word genetic in it, I feel like it hasn't really been adequately defined in the public discourse.
Yes, these are great questions. And so I've written sort of exactly trying to unpack all this. And I hope with time there will be more and more discussion of, terms that include genetic. So to me, genetic arms race is about capabilities in reading, editing, and creating new genomes, DNA, right? Which is the code that makes everything that is living. It's like if we're computers, it's our code, right? And to me, it's sort of like the final frontier of like privacy and like who we are. It goes to such, to the basis of like what it means to be human, to be living. So to me, there are all these like philosophical and ethical questions wrapped up around it. But so what do I mean by reading? Well, DNA sequencing and the use of artificial technology to just make sense. Like, okay, what are these genes? What do these genes do? What's happening? What is this code saying to us? Right.
But that's the science. But the weaponization. This isn't a bomb that changes my DNA. What is the?
Yes. So how can this be weaponized, right? So one example is you can take an existing pathogen and make it more deadly, right? And targeting. There's some talk about targeting specific individuals or groups. Even within China, there's a term that they keep saying ethnic weapons. And there's a debate in the scientific community if you can actually target an ethnic group because there's so much diversity genetically among us. But there are some markers that could potentially be used for targeting. And then there's various technologies that could be used for deliveries, such as nanotechnology, which can now cross the blood-brain barrier. So again, every time I read something in the news, it's so exciting for medical purposes, but then I react and like, oh my gosh, this is also enabling easier delivery of weaponry as well. So there's a lot of things you can do creatively. Think about kind of combinations for weaponization. And I have a paper that details it more.
Okay, I look forward to reading it. I need a basic primer. And then lastly, Shellen Xiao.
Thank you so much. I also learned a lot today. Very actually scary, but I am delighted to represent historians among this group of Wilson China Fellows. There's been a lot of discussion about science and technology in policy in the last few years, but often lost in these discussions are the scientists as individuals whose lives and careers are buffeted by forces beyond their control. My project focuses on an earlier period from 1945 to 1955, when many elite Chinese scientists made the fateful decision to remain in China, to go with a nationalist government to Taiwan, or to remain abroad, in many cases in the United States. These decisions reflected their personal circumstances, their political affiliations, as well as the contingencies of a period of civil war. I focus on three specific cases. The meteorologist Zhu Kezhen, who was later the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the aerospace engineer Chen Xuesen, and the physicist Qianxiu Wu. All three were trained in the United States. The most senior of the three, Zhu Kezhen, was already president of Zhejiang University by the time of the communist victory. He was dismayed by conditions during the war and the widespread corruption of Chiang Kai-shek's regime, and made the decision, after he was invited by Chiang to go to Taiwan, to hide out in Shanghai and wait for the communist forces to arrive. Qian Xuesen had already received tenure at Caltech and had decided to apply for U.S. citizenship when INS brought a case against him, accusing him of affiliation with the Communist Party, and resulted finally in 1955 in his deportation back to China, in a case which made no sense. He was a national security risk, but then they sent him back to China. C.S. Wu and her husband, Lu Yuan, had remained in the U.S. and put down personal and professional roots. Both regularly visited Taiwan. Wu personally advised Chiang against a nuclear program in Taiwan. But in the 1970s, both Yuan and Wu were among the earliest groups of American scientists to travel to the PRC, despite Taiwan's official disapproval. As the first female president of American Physical Society, Wu regularly reached out to to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and did her best to bring Chinese scientists back into the international community of scientists. The decisions all three made, and none of them were actually particularly political at the time of these major life-changing decisions, would reverberate throughout their lives. Zhu Kezhen's oldest son, Zhu Jing, was labeled a rightist in 1958 and actually died in a labor camp in the early 1960s. Upon his return in China, Qian Xuesen joined an elite group of scientists and went on to head one of the signal scientific achievements of the Maoist era, the combined nuclear, rocket, and satellite program, 2 bombs and 1 satellite. He was also the first Chinese scientist to envision the future development of cybernetics into controlling complex social systems in a precursor of the current surveillance state that the CCP has built up. C.S. Wu would become the first woman to lead the American Physical Society. She was widely seen as having been cheated out of the 1957 Nobel Prize, which was awarded to 2 of her collaborators, the physicists T.D. Lee and Zhenning Yang, for their theory on beta decay. Only later in life did Wu receive credit for her pioneering research. She received the inaugural Wolf Prize, that is the Israeli Nobel Prize, and she was also later in 2021 honored by the U.S. Postal Service on a commemorative forever stamp. This history of all 3 figures illustrate the difficulties of policing individual scientists as part of national policy on science technology. It's also the point, I selected these 3 because all 3 were among the top group of Chinese scientists. Only when I delved into their records did I realize the extent to which their lives intersected at various points. So Zhu Kezhen, for example, was among the first cohort of the Boxer Indemnity Scholarship students to the United States. Among his cohort was Hu Shi, who was ROC's ambassador to the U.S. Hu Shi also grew quite disillusioned with Chiang Kai-shek's regime, but Hu went to Taiwan. He died in the presence of C.S. Wu, who was visiting Taiwan in 1962 when he had this sudden illness and died. And he was also actually Wu's favorite teacher from China. They regularly corresponded throughout their life. And Qian Xuesen was the president of the Chinese Student Association at Caltech, and he was the one who held the camera filming Lu Kuan and C.S. Wu's wedding at Caltech president Robert Millikan's house, and later Nobel Prize winner. And so, you have these people who, especially among elite circles of scientists, you see that there are ways in which various of them were part of these international networks of science, as well as the way that their lives intersected in various points. So, regulations that would ensure the attractiveness of U.S. institutions and maintain American as the global hub of science and new technologies would be far more effective than punitive measures against individuals, who today would still think that taking away Oppenheimer's security clearance is a good idea. I mean, what did that do except drive a wedge between scientists and policymakers in D.C.? And also, these measures may have unforeseen and lasting repercussions. The displacement of leading scientists by the 2 world wars in the 20th century, with the United States as the prime beneficiary, began a trend that has accelerated in recent years. Studies in this field, particularly the new field of science, have examined scientists' growing global mobility. So surveys of 17,000 researchers in chemistry, biology, earth and environmental science, and material sciences in 16 countries show a high degree of international mobility among scientists. This is, I would say that anecdotally, this is even more true at certain elite levels, at the top levels. The United States remains as a top destination, even as other countries like India and China are catching up in terms of total numbers of degrees, so on the lower end. So in order to maintain the U.S. as a leading center, we have to make sure that it remains attractive as a place. Moreover, since the heyday of big science in the post-war period, government support for basic research has been reduced across the board. This is not only in the US, but in other countries as well, replaced in large part by transnational corporations with their own in-house R&D. The privatization of science further dispersed scientific research, with large companies in the pharmaceutical industries, for example, outsourcing to international subsidiaries. This is happening across the board. This is also what you see today with tech companies as well. Policies to limit international collaboration and the student pipeline from China could backfire by damaging this international network of science built up from the early 20th century. So in effect, we would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater by attacking the foundations for what makes the US as a desirable place for scientists and students alike. Moreover, the numbers do not fully reveal the entangled nature of these transnational networks, and particularly in specific disciplines and in elite institutions. So I'm going to end on that note that, yes. So yes to positive measures, no to punitive measures.
But that's the trick, right? In with the good, out with the bad. You know, we all love babies, but there is bathwater, right? So this is the very tricky policy question that we're facing right now. And I know it's not fair to extrapolate from 3 historical case studies to the current very broad situation that Mark alluded to in the disastrous China initiative and the racial profiling. But do you get, do you have any specific recommendations for getting as much bathwater out as you can while putting as many babies as possible in this hub?
I think you see particularly in the Manhattan Project, the U.S. really benefited from a number of European scientists, top scientists, who went into exile. And in the U.S., they found institutions that gave them a lot of leeway. And so you have some unintended consequences. So this is actually the result, an unintended result of the Manhattan Project, because the first computers were used to actually calculate the shock wave from H-bomb. So, how can you predict that? So you need to give people that room to do that. And I would say that the way that you see this impacting in other areas from the China initiative is that after these cases came out, the disclosure that everyone had to do for even giving talks grew by so much longer. It became very onerous. I was at the University of Tennessee. We had a case. And then, so afterwards, so it went from this 1-page disclosure to we had the 10 pages. You had to, everyone was complaining about it because you had to disclose every talk that you give internationally, every $200 honorarium that you receive. So I don't see how that's good for anybody.
All right, let's open it up to questions from the audience. Aaron?
Thanks. I have a question for Yelena. You mentioned this ethnic weapon thing, and I'm just curious, you referred to it being discussions in China, who's talking about it? Who are they talking about it with reference to? Is it a rumor? Just any more detail I would, maybe as you could expect, be interested in knowing more about that. Thank you.
Should I answer? Oh,
please. Yeah.
Yes. So this has been mentioned by officials in social media, but also there's a document, the Science of Military Strategy document that also discusses using genetic weapons against ethnic groups. So it's mentioned, right? It's so there's these whispers in mentions and accusations that this is something U.S. is doing. Putin as well accused the U.S. of collecting genetic data on Russians and then potentially using that against. So sort of you see officials kind of exchanging blames and mentioning those things, but not a ton, but just enough for me to notice.
Mark?
Thanks. Yeah, Yelena, I have a question for Yelena and one for Mark, but what's your understanding of how these new genetic/bioweapons are potentially regulated by the Australia group? Because that's the key, multilateral organization that deals with biochemical weapons, and notably, I don't believe China or Russia are members of it. So it's got, there isn't like a lot of potential for blocking of advances in that. And Mark, really interesting talk, great, really important question. I'm wondering why, and this is my legal ignorance, but why are courts deferential to sort of the national security community? It sounded like the upper level courts. Is this a norms-based thing where like we just don't do that, or is there like hard formal legal foundation to that?
So in terms of regulations, I'm not seeing really regulations being used yet. There's a consideration that Australia something group that it could play that role. It's just that would require all actors to kind of to play along, and even the Biological Weapons Convention is something that now there's discussion of in expanding it to biotechnology. Even decades ago, there was sort of realization that biotechnology is something that we're going to have to talk about. But U.S. hasn't been complying too well with the biological weapons regime, and so. So it could in the future serve as that vehicle, but it hasn't yet.
Yeah, great question. So in general, courts defer here on grounds of comparative expertise and institutional responsibility. So the idea is that the White House, Congress, they're armed with staff who know foreign policy, who are experts, and they're charged with this responsibility. Courts have a few, each justice has a few like recent law school graduates working for them, and that's basically it. So there's a comparative expertise component to it. There's also an institutional responsibility component to it. The Constitution assigns foreign affairs responsibilities to the president, to Congress. The president is the commander-in-chief. The Congress has the power to make and declare war, to make appropriations for war. Again, the Supreme Court doesn't really have that sort of role assigned within the text of the Constitution itself. So if courts don't want the responsibility of trying to curb executive overreach here, they have all kinds of reasons, both textual, legal, norm-based, and otherwise, to hesitate on that ground. Thanks.
Sure. We'll go to the back.
Thank you. Edward Ift, I think the panel is ignoring the elephant in the room here, which is what exactly is China's position on the war in Ukraine? I mean, it's been described as pro-Russia neutrality, which, a clever way to describe it. I mean, on the one hand, China's continuing to sell Russia things which support the war. On the other hand, they have not recognized the annexation of Crimea and the Donbass. Maybe there's some parallel with the U.S. dilemma with respect to Israel, where we are trying to support Israel, but not agree with the way Israel is conducting the war in Gaza.
My sense is the panel isn't so much ignoring that as they are talking about other things, but I want to give them a chance if there's any response. I know this isn't exactly the topic of the panel, but if there's any response, please feel free.
I think I should take the question. Since my paper is addressed particularly on one specific aspect in China-Russia relations, and I think when talk about China's provision of support for Russia's defense industry, I think a recent but less discussed news is the delivery of the BrahMos missiles to the first the first batch of the BrahMos missiles delivered to the Philippines, which was a joint missile venture produced by India and Russia. So what I would tend to see is, again, the complex here is, instead of simply pro-Russia or neutrality or things like that, is the wiggle room or the flexibility that China is trying to preserve by acquiescing to this Indo-Russian joint venture, and even by acquiescing to the delivery of the missile to the Philippines, which is in a quite tense relationship with China in the South China Sea, is, although I don't have very, very conclusive evidence to support that, but that is, kind of telling that you don't have everything smooth between, China and Russia. I think most of it is precisely not to take black or white position here. I think there are more gray zone rather than black or white position or binary position here.
I can see two questions right side by side at the back.
Thank you, everybody. So another history question, #sorry, not sorry, for Shuxian Luo. So you mentioned that, and this is a good segue to my question, which is, relations are not always smooth between Russia and China. I study Manchuria. Historically, there's been a lot going on there between First Imperial Russia and the Qing Dynasty, then the Republic of China, and then the PRC, Soviet Union, etc. So I studied Chinese nationalism and historical memory of the century of humiliation. A lot has happened with that and Russian imperialism during that time period in the 19th century. So I was surprised, but maybe not, when I was in China to see some netizens talking about all of the land in what is now Siberia, like Vladivostok, Khabarovsk, that should be part of China. But obviously, there's some tension there between what these netizens are saying and then the official line, which is wanting to kind of promote good relations between China and Russia. So I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on that kind of tension.
Thank you, Emily. It's great to finally meet you in person. Actually, I haven't particularly looked into the Manchuria topic, but I came across with some materials and some discussion about that. I think the Chinese, not necessarily specific to Sino-Russian, Tsar-Russian history, but the general reference to the unequal treaty and also the century of humiliation really, kind of instilled this kind of anxiety with Russians, and even after settling their land borders in 21st century, there's still the anxiety in Russians worrying about Chinese historical irredentism, that at some point they might want to walk it back. And also, if you look at Deng Xiaoping's meeting record with Gorbachev back in 1989, he talked about both the Tsar Russia and later on Soviet Union, along with Japan, are the two major beneficiaries from China's century of humiliation. That's, it's official remarks from the paramount leader at the time. So I think that's not something that Russians can easily ignore, even today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Zach. I'm a Schwarzman scholar, and this question is directed to Shalin as well as other panelists who are focused on, I guess, tech stuff. So you mentioned that the negative measures are hurting sort of U.S. position as a global hub for research, but we know that there's a new bill being discussed in Congress that aims to prevent Chinese nationals from accessing sort of AI research. So it doesn't seem like this the negative side of restricting Chinese scholars' access to the U.S. sort of research space is really being received by policy circles. So I guess I'm wondering why, and what is your outlook on the future of like Chinese sort of STEM researcher in the U.S.? Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is a huge gap between policymakers and science communities. So in terms of AI research, actually, the horse has already left the stable. I mean, what is that? So in that case, China is already producing a lot of top AI talent. And so to now say that, like, impose these rules makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, I think this is where this whole translation issue, there are some of these policies, I think, in various ways that people are saying it does not make sense. And yet, both parties seem quite set on pursuing these, these anti-China, policies. So, like, I wonder, like, if Robert or if anyone else has ideas about how to actually try to get that through.
As Mark had mentioned, there are some people who've been advocating for a resuscitation of the China Initiative, which, not for lack of trying, did not have one successful conviction for espionage on campus. All of the charges were for program fraud, which none of us knew was a crime 5 years ago. But I think there is a question, because most of your comments were about the academy. But what about in business or other kinds of scientific collaboration or exchange, which in fact do provide advanced technologies to China that it might not otherwise have through non-academic channels? Are these matters of no concern? Right, this is where it gets really tricky, because we know about the racial profiling and all of these other issues, but does that mean that no heightened vigilance is ever called for? I think we have to take on, that's the tough one, right? And how do you see that, sort of the prosecution of the China Initiative aside, looking forward?
But there are already policies in place against those kinds of industrial espionage.
Right.
And there have been cases brought on those cases. I mean, Mark would know more about this.
Yeah, I mean, even
what
after...
about exchange and collaboration that is not espionage, but that nevertheless provides technologies that could be dual use? I'm sorry, Mark, I interrupted.
Oh, no, I was just going to answer Shellen's question. Even after the termination of the China Initiative, obviously these prosecutions continue to happen. They catch real, folks sometimes, right, who do present national security threats. The sort of effort to revive the initiative, I think the most recent proposals want to rename it the CPC initiative as opposed to the China Initiative, which seems like more of a cosmetic change than anything else, would largely present the same kinds of concerns. It's true that there are concerns outside of the academy.
Right.
I do think that there are still just wholesale reforms within the Justice Department that we could contemplate that would address, because these prosecutions don't just focus on academics, they're focused on all forms of espionage. But you want good professional ethics among prosecutors. You might want the Inspector General's office to be looking at professional ethics as opposed to the Civil Rights Office within the DOJ, primarily because some offices in cabinet departments are beholden to the head of the department, whereas others, like Inspectors General, are more beholden to other branches of government. And so, I think there are commonsensical reforms we could contemplate that would address both of these concerns. But I agree that it's hard to draw those lines.
And this is an issue in biotechnology. Right now we're seeing it's called Biosecure Act in the House. This concern that so much of Americans' DNA data is now in, China has ownership of. And so BGI, formerly Beijing Genomics Institute, has acquired a U.S. firm where in doing so, kind of the ability to sequence and have access to, again, genetic data of American citizens. So that has been, now there's an attempt to crack down on specific organizations which are connected to the Chinese military and try to contain that. But like again, the horse has left the stable, the barn, because China already has a lot of these data, and it's also whether or not this act would work, and if companies could really decouple from these Chinese firms and still maintain competitiveness. So it's a difficult issue.
But the media often doesn't make clear China doesn't have this data through nefarious means. They have it because we paid them to sequence it, right? Because they had the equipment and they do it more cheaply.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. But they acquired this equipment strategically, of course. We don't. I mean, it's just they want. There's a sense that China wants to be, the world leaders in genetic sequencing, and it is. And it bought, top of the line sequencers from Illumina, and then acquired a U.S. domestic company, which compared. Sort of when that happened, so at first Illumina sold the sequencers to China, but then when China BGI acquired Complete Genomics, which is another company, it likened it to America selling China the formula for Coke, like basically just giving China the full capacity to sequence in a way that U.S. would find it very hard to catch up to. So now there's sort of this claim that China will soon be able to sequence a whole genome for about $100, which it would be very hard for U.S. to do that.
Kristen.
Just before the panel ends, I really want to hear Mark's analysis of TikTok. So this is a segue from they have our genetic information. They also have our, social media information. Relating the whole TikTok divestiture scenario to your paper, right? What is the takeaway there? What does it illustrate about separation of powers in the U.S.? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it remains to be seen how it bears out the themes in my paper, but the suit is still at a very early stage. I think it's a very close legal question, as I said. I think it's really interesting because it implicates two sort of opposing trends in the Supreme Court's modern jurisprudence. One is to be really highly protective of speech, right? To the extent where even defamation judgments from the UK, we will refuse to enforce because they don't protect speech the way that we protect speech here. And the current Supreme Court is even more protective of speech than it historically has been. But then the other trend I mentioned, this sort of intense amount of national security deference that the Supreme Court has shown. And so you do very much pit these things against each other. And so the question is going to be, how will the court balance these competing values here? And so, as part of a related project, I had a research assistant go through every single Supreme Court opinion and oral argument transcript from 1989 until just this past term, for every mention of the word China or Chinese. And, there are a few interesting findings, but the most pertinent one here is that the Chief Justice really likes to bring up China during oral argument in cases having nothing to do with China, right? So in the Trump subpoena case, there was this concern that the court had that, having a sitting president have to deal with subpoenas would interfere unduly with the president's, ability to do his or her job, right? And so, the Chief Justice brought up China and everything China was doing and how that might distract the president. And, on one level, it's just like a small quick quip during oral argument, but, it at least reminds us that these justices don't live in a black box. They consume news. They're very much clued in to this growing consensus on China that we've been talking about here in DC. So, if pushed to predict here, I think TikTok is going to lose. I think that the Supreme Court, I wouldn't be surprised if the courts below came to a different conclusion, but I think if this ultimately makes its way to the Supreme Court, and I think it's likely to, unless there's a new president and the president, does something else, then I think TikTok is most likely going to lose.
Well, I think that a lot of these topics, and Shellen, especially the ones that you raised, I'm afraid are only going to grow in urgency. And so this conversation is very much to be continued at the Wilson Center, I hope, with all of your participation. That ends the public panel part of these 2 days' activities. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Thank you, China Fellows, for sharing all of your knowledge with us. How about one final round of applause for everybody, including people in the audience. And we now invite all of you to join us for a reception, which